I'm good. Yes. That is. Well, she's the one that had COVID and was positive. I was hoping we could just reset it. I think we need some additional discussions. The whole story. Well, the numbers. Yeah, I had done the phone the other day, so. I don't know, we need to set one. The 8th, I have mediation at work. Hang on, I think I might have to yeah, I am. The 8th, I've got mediation at 1. I could do in the morning and just leave at noon. I'm good the 11th. Okay, that sounds good.
Didn't mean they're on board with it. Didn't mean for this to happen. So we got basically to investigate work. Y'all give the date.
Man, I'll give it a bit.
Yeah.
The one that I fix every day, somebody to look at prosthetics.
Usually.
I don't know. I just saw her fine.
All rise, circuit court, all the judges, David Weaver preside.
Please bow your head for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Everybody be seated. Louis Arms. Louis, I understand that you're having trouble following directions from the court personnel this morning. Is that right?
There was 3 of us walk in.
I'm asking you,
No, I don't have a
you
problem.
gonna have any more trouble with it?
No.
Okay, when this court personnel asks you to do something, I don't expect you to mouth or say you're gonna do what you want to, or you'll spend the next week in jail. Oh, you understand me?
Yeah.
Okay, have a seat out there. Okay, let's start on this front row here. Young lady, you want to come up and identify yourself? Good morning. Could you identify yourself, please?
Sierra Parish.
Sierra Brooke Harris?
Yes. My lawyer's not in here right now, though.
Do what?
My lawyer's not in here right now.
Who is your lawyer?
Raquel Holland. She's here. She just stepped out.
Did you get her? Somebody help get her?
Raquel Holland.
This is 20 CR 0036 Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Sierra Brooke Parish. What do you have on this, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor. If we could have some time to discuss it, we may be able to work this out.
Talking about today?
Potentially, Your Honor.
Well, let me tell you what the deal is. We have these pretrial days and the Commonwealth does not have time to discuss these matters. We got 90 something people on here.
I understand, Your Honor.
So have you had, you have to move over here. I can't hear very well.
This is a case where there's a motion to suppress outstanding. And so I'm just waiting to hear back from Ms. Hall. She needs to talk to her client.
Your Honor, and we received the court's ruling yesterday afternoon, but I did not see that until this morning. So I just had a chance to discuss that with my client this morning. If the court would set us for another pretrial, I'm confident that we could have this either resolved or set a trial date at that time.
October the 28th.
We're gonna be meeting over here, hopefully. Traffic. will be at 11 o'clock.
You want them here on the 11th?
Yes. 11 o'clock.
11.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On the end of the bench there. Identify yourself, please.
David Turner.
Last name,
Turner.
spell it.
T-U-R-N-E-R.
Turner, okay.
I want to take this yellow.
Let me pass over this.
Yes.
Where's Mr. Capiello at? Is he in jail? Is he here? He's where?
What's the rehab to pass this, so we finish his rehab?
Daniel Carmelo, he's here.
Okay, well,
We have signed agreement.
sir, you just have a seat on the front row there, and we'll do Mr. Capiello. Daniel Joe Capiello.
In the lobby. Cat yellow.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Daniel Joe Capiello, 21 CR 0037. Are you Daniel Joe Capiello?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1971.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 8954.
Yes, sir.
I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Will this be a felony plea, counsel, or a pretrial diversion?
This is a felony plea, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0037?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence and you feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, to produce evidence, to call witnesses in your favor, and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth proves beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You understand that by entering a guilty plea here today, you give up some of those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. If you'll move to the left here, sir. Mr. Carter, are you going to present?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, on the defendant's plea of guilty to trafficking a controlled substance, first degree, first offense, the defendant would receive a sentence of 10 years to serve. The Commonwealth would oppose probation. Defendant would pay a fine and cost at your discretion and agree that all contraband, be disposed of in accordance with the Commonwealth laws and forfeit to Smith and West to the Commonwealth.
Was there a weapons charge in this?
No. One of the vehicles.
Oh, Your Honor.
Wonder why there wasn't.
Firearm in hand, no weapon plate or anything.
Do what?
There was not firearm in hand, there was no weapon plate.
Okay, is this what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone threatened or coerced you in any way to get you to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone, including your attorney, offered you any other recommendation or benefit for this plea?
No, sir.
You're pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason.
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, that would explain to you, is it still your right to enter a plea and allow me to set the penalties within the range provided by law? You understand that after entering this guilty plea here today, any future convictions could be enhanced. Now, you're already a convicted felon, is that right? So
Yes,
you
sir.
understand the persistent felony offender law, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Will you look there and see if that's your signature on the plea agreement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll accept the plea agreement and set your sentencing on October the 28th. Mr. Bailiff, will you recover that and deliver it to the clerk over here? Now, when is he to serve? Okay, so you're in the custody of the jailer.
Your Honor, we would make a
No.
request.
No,
He had a surgery scheduled. That's, and he did.
come up here so I can understand you. I'm sorry.
I said we passed this days a month, so we can graduate rehab.
I've been at CTS Russell's, well, I've completed the rehab at CTS Russell.
Okay,
It's a
y'all want to come up here a little bit. I don't want to get too close. You bring him, but that's far enough. Come on up here, sir. What kind of surgery is he?
He's had a surgery on his
feel-
elbow.
At CTS Russell on the back deck. And they had scheduled me an appointment and they put it off to October, which I have the paperwork to.
Well,
And if I could just get this, well,
Yeah.
chip my elbow.
They wouldn't let him have the surgery while I was in rehab because then he couldn't complete it because he would be on medication. But he did complete.
I did
Rehab.
complete my rehab, I done
the
MRT.
problem is you got, that's not the issue. The issue is whether this is a surgery that has to be done or not, or whether it's an elective surgery. I don't know that. And, you know, I don't know what they're gonna do to your elbow, but I don't know how long it's gonna take.
They said that what I've done,
To address the sentence and let her get the records and stuff, but I'm like you, I don't know enough about it.
I have,
When is this, when is it scheduled?
it's at the end of October, like
So
like,
that's the surgery or just an appointment?
no, we're gonna do
He's
the
already
surgery
had-
on it.
When
Yeah, he already
when
had
is
the
the end
appointment.
of October? Tell me what date it, y'all up your own. You know,
Sorry, Your
just
Honor.
tell me something.
I think when she called me
I
back,
want a date.
It's not on here.
it was like October the 14th, is what they, I don't know why they didn't put it on there,
They
but
didn't.
Well, I'm gonna place you in custody. And your lawyer will have your paper, and if you need to be released for surgery, I'll let you out to go do your surgery, okay? Okay, you're in custody of jail. Okay, young man, are you on the front row there? You want to come on up and identify yourself?
Thomas Pennington.
His last name?
Pennington.
Pennington.
Commonwealth versus Thomas Pennington, 21 CR 00100. And 21 CR 107. Are you Thomas Pennington?
Yes,
What's your year of birth?
11/04/92,
The last four digits of your social security number?
0048.
Okay, now,
Your Honor, I was gonna ask the court to set this for another settlement conference. Mr. Pennington did appear, but he had 2 cases on and he left before we got the second one done. He thought that I told him that it was okay to leave, and we just got a miscommunication, but he was here for several hours on Friday.
are you gonna roll these 2 cases together and some? Well, yeah, but if he was here, did you negotiate either one of them?
We had started, Your Honor, we just didn't get to finish because Mr. Pennington got confused. He was here for a while, Your Honor. He didn't just show up and leave. He was here for a couple hours.
Well, how far off are you? I mean, how long is it gonna take you to explain it to him? I'll call somebody else's case and you can take him back and talk to him, okay?
I don't think we need any paperwork at all.
No, we didn't.
Okay, you want him back here, you want him back here on the 11th,
Yeah, Ms. Costello's going to be here then.
October the 28th. Is your next court appearance. Be here at, also on October the 11th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we gonna have do we just need to call all your clients up and roll? Do you have any of them completed or?
Oh, we have lots of stuff done, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, on the end of the front row over here.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Brandon Hall, Robert Stevens for Brandon Hall.
Wait a second here. I'll find it. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Brandon L. Hall, 21. CR 0016. Hold on a second. 21 CR 0016, 21 CR 0026, 21 CR 0054. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you Brandon Hall?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born, Mr. Hall?
82,
Last four digits of your social security number.
3773.
Okay, you have 3 cases here. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
All right, we have a plea agreement.
If y'all will move over this way, over to your left.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth has offered the defendant, this wraps up several cases. On the case 21 CR 26, upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, the Commonwealth's offer is 2.5 years. And in case 21 CR 54, upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree methamphetamine, the defendant would receive a sentence of 2.5 years. Also in the 21 CR 54, upon a plea of guilty to wanton endangerment first degree 1 count, the defendant would receive a sentence of 5 years. The sentences in cases 21 CR 26 and 21 CR 54 would run consecutive for a total of 5 years. The 5-year sentence in case 21 CR 26 and 21 CR 54 are to run concurrent with the 5-year sentence in case 21 CR 116 for a total of 5 years, probated for 5 years. The probation would be supervised. The defendant would receive credit for time served. And the Commonwealth agrees to release its 2002 Nissan Frontier from case 21 CR 26. There would be a $300 storage fee payable to the Cumberland County Sheriff, fine and cost at your discretion. And the defendant will be assessed by the social service clinician. The defendant will obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week community service, and all paraphernalia and contraband will be disposed of.
A motion been tendered, says you wish to enter guilty. Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
It's completely voluntary.
Yes.
You're the same person named in these three indictments.
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today anyway?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice? Have you discussed this
Yes,
matter
sir.
with your attorney? Or you said you believe you're fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights in the Kentucky United States Constitution. You have right not to testify against yourself. You make say anything, right to speak trial, but jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses your favor, right to appeal this matter in higher court, and require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges. You understand, by entering this guilty plea, you give up all those rights. Now, you've heard the recommendation of the Commonwealth. I may consider that, or I may put a harsher penalty on you. However, after looking at pre-sentence investigation, I decide to put a harsher penalty on you. You have a right to withdraw your plea and have a trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Does anybody threaten or coerce you in any way?
No, sir.
Plead guilty because you are guilty of your own free will. Now, do you understand that by entering this guilty plea, any of these pleas on these felonies could be used in any future convictions to enhance your range of penalty under persistent felony offender law? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the docket,
Yes, sir.
on the agreement there? Okay. I will order pre-sentence investigation for you to be back here on October 28th. This is a probated sentence entirely. You shall remain loose on your same bond and under the same conditions, be here on October 28th. You need to meet with a probation and parole officer over here and get some information.
Your Honor, on that, I apologize. One, we were gonna ask he's on an ankle bracelet. We were going to ask Your Honor, to release that one restriction on his bond. I don't believe the Commonwealth is opposed to that on the entry of his plea.
Okay, where do you work at?
Help Stevie Lee cut trees and stuff like that.
I can't hear.
Work with Stevie Lee, like trimming trees and cutting wood and stuff.
Okay, well, I want you under a curfew until we get you under probation and parole. You can go to home, church, the doctor, okay?
Yes, sir.
If you go anyplace else, you'll need to report, I guess, to pretrial, call them, you know. You have children in school or anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I will allow you to go to school events, but don't abuse that. I don't want to punish your children
All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
because you're in the situation you are now, okay?
Yes, sir.
665, is there a DUI in here?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna combine your court costs into one. How much is that? That's save you about $400.
Thanks, sir.
405. You need some time to pay that?
Yes, sir.
You pay it at $50 a month, starting 30 days from today, okay?
Thanks, sir.
You talk to probation and parole officer over there.
Your Honor,
I guess we can call Sierra Brook Parish back now, is that right? October, yeah. Who was, where is his file? Okay,
Your Honor, I'm sorry. That, I apologize. On that, I can't hear today very well. On the final sentencing, what date was that?
October the 28th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Daniel Turner. I don't have anything after this year, so I'll just. Okay. Commonwealth versus Daniel Turner, 21 CR 0038. You are Daniel Turner.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number, 9250,
Yes, sir.
1992.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for pretrial conference. I understand you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this a felony plea?
This is a misdemeanor plea, Your Honor.
Motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0038?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney? You feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have not right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented counsel at your trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. Understand, by entering a guilty plea, you give up those rights. Now, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation? You'll move to the left, please. Y'all move to the left. Mr. Carter.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's offered the defendant on a plea of guilty to possession of marijuana. It's a 3 months probated to serve probated for 6 months supervised, and the Commonwealth will release this 2020 Ford Explorer to the defendant, subject to any storage and towing and processing fees. The defendant would pay a $100 fine and cost at your discretion and remain on active supervision until all fines are paid. Obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service, and all contraband would be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Your Honor, there was one correction after we executed it. Mr. Stockton has initialed that the probation would be unsupervised.
We come back up to the podium. Is that what you agreed to?
Sir.
It's the insurance charge here.
He actually provided proof of insurance at the time, otherwise he can pay $500.
They're a little touchy on that, so I always want.
I'm touching on it myself, because I've had too many relatives.
Okay, what is the total court cost? $350. Can you pay that today?
Not today.
You need some time?
Next week.
Judge, he can pay it next week, but I'd ask for 30 days for him to be able to pay it.
That'll be fine. Pay it 30 days. And I'm going to go ahead and do the sentence. It's a misdemeanor. I'll just enter a sentence. You'll need to talk to probation parole. It's unsupervised. You'll need some information from me. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll have to take a short break. I have to go back down. Wait.
Yeah. Is Jeremy Jones here? Angela, where? It's probably not walking. I don't know if when they get on. Got confirmed. I have it on my email. Fax to them while they're all good. And not let them escape. I have talked to all of them.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start on this side. Could you identify yourself?
David Caps.
Eugene Caps. 21, are you David Eugene Caps?
Yes, Your Honor.
Year of birth 1966.
Yes,
Is it your social security number?
1429.
Earlier, if the court would entertain person who work for the court.
What kind of restrictions are on in this case? Y'all move over here.
He's not his immediate family on farm conditions, the only thing I know of. I think he lives in Tennessee.
Lives in Tennessee, yes, sir.
Yeah, full court. It happened back in May of last year. I don't think there's been any further trouble.
What was the offer in this thing? You know the offer?
Yes,
What was the offer?
2.5 years to serve, opposing probation.
And then they came back with a misdemeanor. Probably some kind of hurt.
Are you interested in doing the diversion?
Well, I am, but I'd have to, if you want to set it for another pretrial, I've had some telephone contact with the victim, and I probably ought to sit down with the victim, and I don't want to say any more than what's.
I understand that. I'm going to set this case on October 28th. I'm not going to take it into very far into next year if there's not anything, because when you start doing that, everybody comes up, and I keep my trial docket pretty clean so we can try cases. So I'm not going to start setting a case and then somebody change their plea on me.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So you can be back here on October the 28th. You want them here on the 11th or? Okay. And you'll be here on October the 28th. Okay. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I've got some civil depositions in Frankfurt on the 28th. Could we do it on your next available date?
I didn't know anybody took civil depositions anymore. Congratulations.
I'm not asking for them, but I've got the.
Yeah, I won't ask you whether you're taking them or giving them.
Yeah.
But, what's the Clinton County rule day? What's the Clinton County October rule? I can look here. Would Monroe County be better for you?
Yes, sir, that'll work.
The Monroe County rule day is October the 21st. Okay, so you have your client in Tompkinsville on October the 21st, okay?
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Next on the front row there, okay. Could you identify yourself?
Melanie Connor.
You gotta speak up.
Melanie Connor.
Commonwealth versus Melanie Connor. 20 CR 0033. You are Melanie A. Connor.
Yes.
Born in 1982. Last four digits, social security number are what?
0634.
Here today for a pretrial conference.
We have a plea, Your Honor.
Is it a felony plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Motion's been tendered. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you same person named in 20 CR 0033?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this charge with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence? You believe you're fully informed about your case? You realize that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury. You have to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. right to confront and cross-examine witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Your right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you.
Yes.
You understand by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation. I may give you any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept their recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I'll wait to pre-sentence investigation for it under probation and parole. In the event I do not accept their recommendation and decide to give a harsher sentence, I will allow you to withdraw your plea. Someone come forward and present. We all step to your left there, please. Mr. Carter, what is the recommendation of the Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would offer Ms. Connor on a plea of possession of controlled substance first degree, a sentence of 3 years probated for 5, to be referred to the social service clinician, follow all recommendations. She served 30 days in jail and received credit for that time, to pay costs and fines at your discretion, and have any and all contraband destroyed, and obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service.
Okay, now, the remainder of the sentence will be probated, is that what?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Young lady, you want to come back over? Is that what you agreed to? Yes, sir. Okay, what's the cost in the fine? $265, and I would assume that at sentencing, I'll give you some time. Start paying that. Has anybody threatened or coerced you in any way to get you to enter this plea? Pleading guilty because you are guilty for no other reasons? One of your constitutional rights is that your desire to allow me to enter a sentence within the range permitted by law. Is that your signature on the offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bailiff, you collect that and give it to the clerk. Accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report done with probation parole. You'll be here on October 28th, okay? You're under the same conditions of bond. Don't get in any trouble between now and then. Bill, how many more people do you have? Okay, how many do you have, Mr. Garrett? Okay, you want to call your, I want you to notice, Mr. Bill, I gave Mr. Garrett preference over you. Yeah, Chad Reed. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Chad Reed. Are you Chad Reed?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 00104. Mr. Reed, were you born in 1985? Last 4 digits, social security number 5704.
Yes, sir.
Y'all have an agreement? in this
We do,
case?
Judge.
Mr. Reed, are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? You're going to have to say something. It's
No, sir.
okay. The microphone won't pick that up. It's a voice activated microphone. Okay. Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 00104?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this charge with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about this case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speak trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and process issues to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. You understand those rights. Under this guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation after reviewing that and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I will inform you of such. You have a right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. You understand that? What is Commonwealth? Step to your left, please, gentlemen. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers a 5-year diversion, 3 years pretrial diversion for 5 on possession of controlled substance first, and on the failure to maintain insurance charge, a $500 fine. The defendant would be referred to social service clinician and follow all recommendations. He would receive credit for time served, pay costs at your discretion, obtain gainful employment, or do 30 hours per week of community service, and all contraband would be destroyed.
Okay, I'm going to change what I told you a little bit. Let's come back up here. This is diversion. If you could successfully complete the terms of pretrial diversion, your case will be dismissed pretrial diversion. Okay. However, if you violate the terms of pretrial diversion, you're brought back in front of the court, and I find out you violate and I void your pretrial diversion, then I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done. You'll be a convicted felon to be used against you. But if you successfully complete this, will be dismissed pretrial diversion. You have it expunged. You understand that? Okay, you need to meet with probation parole officer. What's the total? $775. You need some time to pay that?
Judge, can you get him 6 months?
Well, I'm gonna let him pay a little bit a month.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna start, you should pay your first payment 30 days from today. You pay $70 a month. That'll give you 10 months. I expect you to pay that, but I think it's easier to spread it out like that than to come up on you like most of us do and wait till the last week. You still have to come up with $700 and something, so this is $70 a month, first payment 30 days from today. Do the probation parole officer and you collect, that is your signature on there?
Yes.
Okay. Make sure I sign that diversion before we leave. Okay. Okay, sir. What's your name?
Thomas McVeigh.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Thomas McVeigh, 21 CR 0031. Are you Thomas McVeigh?
Yes, sir.
You're here today on various charges. Your year of birth, 1983.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number, 7865.
7685.
Okay, it's wrong on the docket here. Y'all make note that it's wrong on the docket. Okay. Okay, what do you got, sir?
Your Honor, Mr. McVeigh is currently on probation. He's currently completed rehab. He's co-defendant on 1 of 4 of Anthony Gilbert's cases. He's been doing well, so I'd ask that this case be continued generally, but I see what happens on Mr. Gilbert's cases. If Mr. McVeigh keeps doing well, his case very well be dismissed.
I'll set it for review on December the 16th. Is that all right, Mr. Stockton? Review on December 16th, subject to be redocket. Same conditions of bond. Mr. McVeigh working anywhere?
Just completed treatment. I don't know.
I just graduated Monday. I was waiting until after my court date. I'm supposed to start a job for Scott Jesse Property Management as a maintenance man.
Okay, well, when you start your job and get established, you call your lawyer and we'll probably reduce the conditions of your bond if it's okay with the Commonwealth. Let's
Thank you
wait
very much.
to work a couple of weeks, because if you're out there, as they used to say in Monroe County, gomming around, we're, usually get in some trouble.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cross, do you have anybody in the courtroom here?
I have Lauren Gold, Your Honor.
Okay. How many others do you have?
I've got several, Your Honor. I've got
Okay.
2 in custody in Adair County, and I'm
Okay.
hearing from Mr. Hurd on the final sentencing. It's in custody.
Do you have any live ones here before?
Yes,
then?
I have Andy Anderson and Amanda Reynolds and.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Lauren Gold. 21 CR 00110. Are you Lauren Gold?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 505403,
Yes, sir.
born in 1978.
Yes, sir.
What do we have here, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Rhodes co-defendant in the negotiation that she had COVID, so.
October the 11th for negotiation, October the 28th for your next court date,
Mr. Rhodes will be here at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, okay?
That's me, Lauren. Amanda Reynolds in the courtroom.
Okay, Amanda Reynolds. Cromwell versus Amanda Reynolds. Hold on a second. Cromwell versus Amanda K. Reynolds, 21 CR 0094. You Amanda K. Reynolds,
Yes, sir.
born in 1980. Last four digits, social security number 4429.
Your Honor, this is one we're supposed to have a suppression hearing today if possible, or if the court wants to. I don't know if Sheriff Daniels is ready or not.
You have your witnesses.
This is the problem I had. There was a witness that's non-law enforcement, and I was told that she was going to be going through the suppression day. Sheriff Daniels called me late yesterday and said that he was mistaken that she got out of court. But I didn't have time to prepare because I didn't know about it. till late yesterday. So if we can have the next month.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Well, we can set a different day if you want
That's
to.
fine.
Let's set it for October 28th at about 11 o'clock or something like that. And if y'all can call my office before then, check on the availability of your witnesses, and we'll have one.
And that's the regular motion day, 28th.
That is, but I'd like to have it before then, so y'all can do something about a plea if you want to, or
Okay, so.
I want y'all to get together and come up with a date where his witnesses aren't here today, so he can't come up with a date
That's fine.
without telling it. So, but she's scheduled to be back here on October the 11th and the 28th. There's no reason to be here on the 11th if she hadn't had the suppression by then. Okay? Same conditions bond.
Your Honor, I know we'll be out on the 11th, so I'll have to try to work with Mr. Stockton on a different day.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, look for me outside. We also have present Andrea Anderson.
Andrea Anderson.
I believe she may be outside.
Mr. Bell, you need to look around and see who you've got in the courtroom. Yeah. Okay. Commonwealth versus Andrea Anderson. Yeah, Mr. Cross, you hadn't submitted your brief on the suppression thing.
Yes. It was filed yesterday.
7:30 last night, but I wasn't here at 7:30
You
last
told
night.
us to have it before today. so
Well,
Sorry.
okay. If you filed, you've already filed your.
Mr. Prowse tells me he's got another case he wants to file. Suppression motions on all these cases. I've asked the court what dates you might have available so we can hear that.
That'd be, yeah, if we got a couple, let's just do them both the same day. That's fine. I'll file that today. I thought it brought it with me. I'm sorry.
Is Commonwealth versus Keys going?
It is right now, Mr. Shepard's here. I've got, we'll talk to Victor one more time, but right now, it's,
Okay, then you got Commonwealth versus Cash.
supposed to enter a plea here.
Okay, and then you got Commonwealth versus Smith Barnes.
That'll probably be Mr. Smith, and Golden Ring Medical Center. Probably be really bad. So it's got Fred here, and he's got a motion to continue. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's do all these suppression motions on October the 7th.
That's good. Good day. What time you're on?
9.
Okay. Reynolds and Sanderson. So, good. I'll enter that motion today. And I believe that's all.
Good.
I have other people to partial.
Mr. Bell, you want to start calling your people up?
Yes. Please, court. I will call Michael Rivers.
How many cases do you have?
One, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll call you next.
You want me to let him go ahead, Judge?
Let's let him go on. Well, let's get Mr. Vibbert here. Mr.
All
Vibbert.
right. Judge, Mr. Zivert, there was a motion, I believe, when I talked to Mr. Stockton, he was withdrawing that motion.
That's correct.
Wait, let me get Mr. Vibbert here. I've got to find him.
40 pages. Fine.
Michael Shane,
Yes, sir.
18 CR 0068. Motion revoke.
He had a,
Y'all will move to the left here and let Mr. Stockton.
he had a misdemeanor charge in Monroe County, and he also had and Mr. Collins had him assessed by the Social Security Service Clinician. He's supposed to already be going to that. He's tested negative. So Mr. Collins, I decided if it's all right with the court, we'll withdraw our motion at this time since he's doing what he's supposed to do.
That all right with you, Mr. Vibbert?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to see if you're sane or not. If you said no, I was gonna put you in jail.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
you need to be careful,
Uh,
you know. Are you working now?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing?
Kentucky and Tennessee fencing,
Yeah,
big fencing.
well, your family member have never been afraid of work. Always work, so you keep at it, and I'll wait, just continue this under the same conditions of his probation subject. Y'all already noticed it, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Okay, you want to come up, who you have here?
Your Honor, I have Amy McFall.
Who?
Amy McFall.
Fall, okay. See if I can find.
Judge, I'm Luke Lawless on behalf of Mr. McFall. We have a resolution
Okay,
today.
wait a second, let me find it. Combo versus Amy Leanne McFall, 21 CR 0036. You are Amy Leanne McFall.
Yes, sir.
Your birth is what?
I'm sorry,
What was your year of birth?
1991.
Last 4 digits, your social security number.
722.
Will this be a felony plea or pretrial diversion?
It's a pretrial diversion.
Okay, a motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0036?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today
No,
in
sir.
any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully informed about the facts of all your case? You have certain rights. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses to favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. And right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt you're guilty of charge against you. You understand those rights.
Yes, sir.
Now, but entering this plea today, it's a diversion. But it's guilty plea today. You agree to abide by the terms of pretrial diversion. If you successfully complete the terms of pretrial diversion, your case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, and you can get it expunged. Or if you violate the terms of pretrial diversion, you come back in here, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation, parole, you'll be a convicted felon, and that conviction can be used against you in the future. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Does
sir.
anybody threaten or coerce you in any way to get you to this plea? You'll step to the left there, will somebody come up and make the presentation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers Ms. McFall upon a plea of trafficking a controlled substance, first degree, first offense, 5 years pretrial diverted for 5. The defendant would be referred to the social service clinician and follow all recommendations. You would receive credit for time served and pay cost at your discretion and do 38 hours per week or obtain gainful employment. Her and all co-defendants, which was Daniel Turner and Daniel Capiello, agreed for all contraband to be destroyed and to forfeit the Smith & Wesson pistol.
What about you dismissing the marijuana possession?
Dismissing marijuana possession and amending the trafficking from a C to a D. It's based on pleas of the co-defendants.
I'm gonna come back up here now. Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, has anybody threatened or coerced you in any way?
No, sir.
Is that your signature on the document there?
Yes,
Show her the signature.
Sir.
Okay, I'll accept the plea. You'll need to meet with the probation parole officer. What is that? $240. You need some time to pay that?
Yeah, 30 days is fine.
Well, I was gonna give you more than that, but you want 30 days.
Whichever, it don't matter.
Yeah, I'll let you have $40 a month, starting 30 days from today. You can pay it all anytime, or you can pay $40 a month to get it paid, okay? And you'll need to meet with the probation parole officer right over there, get some times.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Bill, you have anybody else in here?
Yes, Your Honor. Angela Galera.
What was the last name again?
Guevara, Guerra, Your Honor. I don't know about that. I don't know how to say.
Angela Guerrera, 19CR0038. Are you Angela Guerrera? Have you let her behind the microphone there?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth?
9472
And the last 4 digits of your social security number?
9980.
We're here on a motion to revoke. What do you have to say, Mr. Commonwealth?
Bill asked to be passed because he just got the case, and I don't mind doing that, I want to do a drug court assessment.
Yeah, I'll order a drug court assessment. Tell me a little bit about what the deal is.
If you don't probation for possession of controlled substance, if you got a record to do that. So I don't know what kind of restrictions you've been about.
They took your license.
No.
Must be driving on your ball.
They take the license.
Who's the arresting officer?
Chris Queen, first.
Was it alcohol or drugs or allegedly?
There was no drugs or alcohol found or anything, Judge, within the car. I think the alleged was drugs, but I don't think there was, I think there was a refusal to the test.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's where we're at this point. I don't know that from talking with Ms. Guerrero yesterday.
Since she was on medication, just couldn't remember the name.
I understand that. What's your bond condition now?
Yes, look up what it is.
It's the RO election signers of the standard conditions, like a order.
So that case, those cases are still F cases?
No, it's.
Well, that's what they are, F cases. If she wasn't charged with no possession, So they're all misdemeanors.
Just DUI, yeah.
She's on her court trial November 24th in the district case.
The jury are in front of the bench.
I would probably change that to a jury.
I thought I would come watch that. I never have seen one of them. I don't think, so I don't.
I go to Judge Alexander, in his district court, got a not guilty, so
And I wouldn't push my luck too
I'm not
far.
going to.
Well, I don't like this DUI stuff when somebody's out on probation. And we're gonna have to agree to some kind of, did they take her driver's license?
No. No.
Judge, we would abide by any restrictions the court would want to impose.
I didn't know whether she was still driving or not, but I don't like the fact that she refused. It's gonna make it very difficult on the county attorney in this case. And she is on probation, so I would ask the court not to have the restriction not be driving. She be placed on her.
We have no objection to that.
Okay, you're not to drive a motor vehicle. And I want you on a curfew. You can leave your house to go to the doctor or the church, and you don't work, do you?
No.
Disabled or
Yeah.
go to church or the doctor? Court appearances. You live by yourself, Mr. Greer?
No, my father.
You
I
what?
live with my father.
But can he drive?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he can do things for you,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
She'd be able to come to my office, which you know.
I said to her, well, I don't know, that's a long way. Hell, you can call her. You know, I don't want her on the road between here and Glasgow. You can come over here and meet her. I'll allow you to do that, though, if you want.
I drove all the way from Mr. Stockton's office, so.
Yeah. You're almost halfway there when you get here. You know.
We're close to that, what, 17 miles from here.
Okay, you can meet her over at Mr. Stockton's office.
That's the deal.
Okay, well, you come back here on I guess, when is your trial date? Of course, that'll be changed now that you're involved in it because you want a jury trial.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's set this for next month, but we'll know then what the drug court sets and says.
October the 28th, your next court date, okay?
She'll need to give my staff her help on that.
864 9348.
So I guess those conditions will be conditions of her probation since we don't have her out on bond here, right?
That's good. 649.
Who else do you have?
You wanna have Brandy Franklin?
Randy Franklin. Is she out there?
No, she's not. But I do really harm.
Brandy Franklin? Brandy Franklin? Okay, she hasn't been served. Brandy Franklin has an active warrant. Have you seen Brandy Franklin out there today, officers?
She was out there, they said, someone might be, the sheriff's department come here and got her possibly served the warrant.
Yeah.
Check
probably
out.
what happened to her. Let's just remind me of her so we don't, she's not transported or anything.
She's already got a surety bond set, or approved.
She had some kind of outstanding warrant they picked her up on.
It was on, she was on an approved surety, that's what was, we had somebody that's going to make it this morning, but,
Well, she has to be processed first. 21 CR 58. You are Louis Arms, you born in 1964. Okay. Last over is 8381.
That's coming up for indictment. I believe we have an agreement to move into the 28th and try to resolve both cases at the same time. Right over the letter.
Okay, Mr. Arms, negotiation on October the 11th, and your next court day is October 12th.
Mr. Barnes' bond position, because he was in jail, a motion to revoke his bond, because of his case, because he was in jail. I don't know if it's gonna curfew or not.
He's got an ankle monitor, I believe.
Thank you.
Judge, I've got Aaliyah Hurd, she's in jail. With your permission, could I go and do that?
Yeah, she's gonna be here, but soon you can do it, but soon.
Thank you, Judge. I guess Ms. Franklin.
Well, she might be in the jail. She's-
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, let's knock her out of the way now.
Yes.
Okay. Who else do you have that's in the courtroom?
Your Honor, I have Jerry Butler. He's the only person, and we're withdrawing our suppression motion and moving to enter a guilty plea.
Okay, you got the papers done?
Yes.
Commonwealth versus Jerry Butler. 21 CR 0 Butler.
Yes, sir.
You born in 1981.
Yes,
Number 0029.
yes, sir.
I understand that you wish to enter a plea. Is this a felony plea or,
It is, Your Honor.
okay. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes,
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0029?
yes,
Is your judgment? Discuss these charges with your attorney. Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Commonwealth has against you.
Have you reviewed
Have
the
you reviewed the
evidence?
evidence? You're
Yes.
informed about your case. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea here today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any sentence, any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, I will inform you of such. I'm going to give you a harsher sentence. If you don't wish to take that sentence, you can withdraw your plea and have a jury trial. Now, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, a plea of trafficking and a controlled substance, first degree, first offense. The defendant would receive an offer of 5 years, serve 6 months on home incarceration with the balance probated for 5 years supervised, $1,000 fine and cost. Upon plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration at or above 0.08, while under influence of alcohol or other substance. Second offense with an aggravating circumstance, the defendant would receive a sentence of 7 days in jail and pay a $350 fine plus cost. The defendant would receive credit for time served, pay costs at your discretion, and stay on supervision until all fines and costs are paid. Obtain gainful employment and do 30 hours per week of community service, and all contraband would be destroyed.
Okay, in addition to, come on back up here, in addition to having the persistent felony offender potential on another felony, this DUI is enhanceable too. This is your second DUI here.
yes,
If you get another one, it even gets worse. So that could be on your record for 10 years or more. You understand that?
yes,
What are the court costs?
$1,575.
$1,575. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll probably start you paying at $100 a month, 30 days after you're sentenced. Order pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole. You'll be here on October the 28th for sentencing, okay? The probation parole officers over there, you'll get information. That was his signature on those documents.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Shevett, how many do you have?
I've got one client present.
Okay, you're gonna call it. This is Clinton Circuit Court meeting in special session in Cumberland County by agreement of the parties. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Sarah Ann Cash, 21 CR 0039. Are you Sarah Ann Cash?
Yes,
You were born in 1993.
yes,
Last four digits, your social security number 5219.
yes,
I understand that you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
yes,
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
This is plea freely and voluntarily given.
yes,
Are you the same person named Clinton Circuit Court indictment 21 CR 0039?
yes,
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
You had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and review the advice. You feel like you're fully informed about your case.
yes,
Are you satisfied with your attorney's work?
yes,
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court. If you lose, it will require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of all these charges. By entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I'll wait to pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. If you'll step to your left, ma'am, with your attorney. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Ms. Cash will plead to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, first offense. That's a C felony. She'll have a 7.5 year sentence to serve. She'll serve 180 days in jail, and Commonwealth will agree to shock probation and enter and complete the Clinton County Specialty Court Program. She'll forfeit $227, pay fine, cost at the discretion of the court. All evidence in this case will be destroyed, and once she's out, she'll maintain gainful employment, and she'll get credit for any time she has served.
Okay, I'm going to. Is that your understanding of the plea? Is that what you agreed to?
yes,
Okay, have you done this from your own free will because you are guilty and for no other reason? Knowing constitutional rights explained to us, is still your desire to enter guilty plea and allow the court to fix the punishment in the range permitted by law. You understand that any future felonies that you have will be enhanced for this. You understand that, don't you?
yes,
Okay. Is that your signature on the offer of motion? Okay, now, Mr. Stockton, she's got how many days now?
I don't know how much time she's got in, but for some of the agreement, she would get 180 days in, then we would agree to shop her out.
Well, you got about 40.
Yeah, so she'll have probably about 70 in the time she's sentenced, and probably another 3 or 4 months to all agree to shop. It's based on the evidence in this case, the drugs and the statements made by officers.
You won't allow her to turn herself in?
That's fine. She can turn herself in today.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna allow you to, you can go ahead and leave here. And I guess you'll need to call the probation and parole office over there. You have that number for?
I don't actually.
This is the only Clinton County case we have today here.
Your Honor, I made a motion in Mr. Smith's case that you all discussed a little bit a moment ago.
Okay. I see it.
I may approach.
You turn yourself in over there and give me a commitment order. Yeah, one of those commitment orders. I'm just gonna give you the commitment order yourself. Go over there. Don't get into anything between now and then. Don't do any drugs, don't do any alcohol. Let's say you probably got some business or something you need to take care of. Okay.
Let's get you out 30 days early.
And I will schedule you, what is that, for precinct investigation court? And Clinton County Rule Day is, 14th, October the 14th. For sentencing, okay? We don't know how many days you got it. What did she end up entering a guilty plea to? Trafficking of controlled substances. And what was the sentence?
7.5 years.
I just put 7.5 years. Get that to you right in a second here, young lady.
Tell them that too. They'll-
Lloyd Ear Smith.
Wait, sorry, you need the commitment. order. Just take a seat. I will get that to you.
Are you in the Smith case?
Co-defendant's attorney, Your Honor.
Jonathan Ray.
Sherry Barnes. I don't think Barnes is technically on the docket. I made the motion in Mr. Smith's case, but Barnes has been joined for the trial.
Mr. Stockton. Lloyd Ear Smith.
Your Honor, I have no objection to the continuance, and I really don't want, I want to see what, and I'm not trying to be ghoulish, I want to see what Mr. Smith's situation is in a month or two. And then I'll decide what to do with Mr. Cross's client. Because I want to see what happens with Mr. Smith.
Objection to submit an order.
Strong review.
Yeah, we said for the Clinton County motion day on the 14th of Mr. Shep, but that's order.
Okay.
For status.
Look, this Jonathan Ray case is attached here.
That he's going to be a jail. He's at the Wayne jail.
He'll come back later in the jail.
So Judge, if it's all right with you, I may proceed back to the office and just.
Absolutely. Okay. Angela Covey. Commonwealth versus Angela Brooke Covey, 21 CR 0018. Are you Angela Covey?
Yes.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You had DPA in district court. I'll continue that.
Yes. How are you doing?
You have a right to remain silent. This is your attorney here. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment. Charged you with possession of controlled substance, first degree possession of drug paraphernalia, driving on a suspended operator's license, and careless driving. Do you understand those charges?
Yes.
Mr. Bailiff? You acknowledge you see the indictment, the identity of your client, waive formal reading your name, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll be back here on October the 11th for negotiations with the Commonwealth. And October the 28th is your next court date. Any complaints about her bond? Not, you're on the same conditions of bond. Sign a reciprocal discovery order here. The Commonwealth's giving your attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Brittany Cowan. Commonwealth versus Brittany Cowan, 21 CR 0099. Are you Brittany Cowan?
Yes, sir.
You're represented by Office of Public Advocacy, Ms. Samantha Costello. You're here for pretrial conference. You have a plea in this case?
We do, Your Honor.
Is it a felony plea or diversion?
Diversion.
A motion has been filed today, says you wish to enter a plea of guilty. Is that correct? You're gonna have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Okay. What'd you say?
I was talking. I was telling her to the mask block sound.
Are you currently under the influence
No,
of
sir.
drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 0099?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
What?
Is your judgment impaired? Do you know what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront, cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, and right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation or may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept it. Have you previously been diverted in the past 5 years and had any felonies in the past 10 years? You understand that if you fully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed, pre-trial verdict. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to come up, Mr. Carter, and say what the agreement is. Listen to this very carefully, man.
The Commonwealth offers Ms. Cohen on a plea of possession of controlled substance, first degree, 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5. The diversion will be supervised. Costs will be paid at your discretion. The defendant would enter and complete the Cumberland County Drug Court Program, obtain gainful employment, or do 30 hours per week of community service until employment is obtained, and all contraband will be disposed of.
What are the court costs?
Hers is $320.
Okay, your court costs are $320. I'm gonna allow you to pay that at $30 a month. Okay. You realize if you do not successfully complete this pretrial diversion, and then I have a pre-sentence investigation for done by probation parole, you'll be a convicted felon then. And if you have any felonies in the future, the sentences can be enhanced or lengthened. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes.
Okay, did you sign that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna accept that pretrial diversion order. And when will she be oriented into drug court?
Your Honor, we're hoping to get her assessed sometime today. She's gonna hang around and wait for Mr. Murphy to have an opening and then vote on her tomorrow. So
You're under the same conditions of your bond until then. You need to meet with the probation parole officer over there.
And Your Honor, I also have attached a waiver. She had a co-defendant, Thomas Pennington, and we have that waiver.
Hey, you waive having Mr. Pennington represent by the same attorney that you are. You don't have any conflict on that, do you?
No.
Okay. Okay,
Okay.
Jason Craig. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jason Craig, 21 CR 00106. Are you Jason Craig?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1978.
Yes,
Last four digits, social security number 7123.
Yes.
You're down in trial conference. Y'all have an agreement in this case?
We have an agreement, we don't have a plea.
Yes.
I understand that Mr. Craig's still in rehab, working on his plea from that. He also has quite a bit of time hanging over his head on parole. And I was going to continue this case to March, to see if he could complete his rehab, and then, but the entered plea, that's like pretty crazy.
In March?
And Your Honor, I had the agreed order, but I didn't know what your day was in March, so I've left that part blank.
Well, let's look at, somebody look at the calendar. Megan, could you text me what the day in March is going to be? March is not usually a good month. Hopefully it'll be a better month this year than it has been in the past.
That's true.
It'll be March 25th. I'm sorry, March 24th.
Let's give an April date here.
Okay. Is it okay if I just strike through March on the order, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm gonna change that to April date, Mr.
Okay.
Stockton.
That's fine.
April
Judge,
28th.
it's Pulaski County. Can you hear us? Judge, it's Pulaski County. Can you hear us?
Megan, are you monitoring back there? Could you give us an April date?
April 28th.
You can text it to me if you like.
Megan?
April the 28th.
April the 28th.
April the 28th. You're in the same conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Where?
You can't do it.
Judge?
David Lynn Davidson.
Mr. Joe Smith, he may be out on the sign of paper right now.
Lisa Dobbs, we'll just let him wait.
Cumberland County, this is Pulaski. Can you hear
Commonwealth
us?
versus Lisa Dobbs, 21 CR 00105. Are you Lisa Dobbs?
Yes, I am.
Born in 1965.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number of 5491.
Yes.
Y'all have a plea agreement here.
We do, Your Honor.
Is this a felony plea or a diversion?
It is a felony plea, Your Honor. Sorry.
Motion been tendered, ma'am, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00105?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with her advice?
yes, I am.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Have you reviewed the
Yes.
Have we
evidence?
reviewed the
Commonwealth-
evidence?
Yes,
Okay, you believe you're fully informed about the case?
yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea of guilty, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against anyone. No one you can make you say or anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand, by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I'll wait the pre-sentence investigation for probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to sentence you a harsher term, you have the right to withdraw your plea to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation? You move to the left, ma'am. Ma'am, you move to the left.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers Ms. Dobbs on the plea of possession of controlled substance first degree, a 3-year sentence probated for 5 upon operating a motor vehicle under the influence. First degree, the defendant will receive a $200 fine and cost. The defendant will receive credit for time served, pay cost at the court's discretion, obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until employment is gained, and all contraband will be destroyed.
Is that your understanding of the plea?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you understand that this persistent felony offender law would require you to would allow greater sentences in the future. If you have another felony and also driving under the influence is enhanceable. If you get another DUI, it'll be enhanceable. You can have more penalty. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
What is the total?
We missed it.
Okay, you know, $870. I'll allow you to pay that at $80 a month, starting 30 days from today. Your sentencing, I order a pre-sentence investigation for it under probation and parole. Your sentencing is scheduled for October the 28th. You have your driver's license on?
She
Yes.
brought it with her, Your Honor.
You want to give it to the bailiff? Okay. Is that your signature on the offer and the guilty plea? And you have all the DUI documents there too?
Yes, Your Honor, that's the signature we missed. We'd gone over it, but we forgot to sign it, so she has now signed it.
Bailiff, I'll enter those orders. Be here on October the 28th. Your sentencing, okay?
We have to go back to the sentencing. We have to do a pre-sentence investigation before we- Yeah, yeah.
Are you ready on David Lynn Davidson?
I am, Your Honor.
Since 127 appears never to be finished, I guess you'll go back to Columbia. You want to get out there? David Lynn Davidson. Where is this?
I am too.
Everything's got tumbled.
They can hear you.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to come back.
What do you do?
No more than that. I think I'm trying to finish, remain on active supervision.
Tell them I'll come back for it. Commonwealth, I'll go ahead and do this for y'all. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus David Lynn Davidson, 21 CR 0095. Are you David Lynn Davidson?
Yes, sir.
Are you born 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, your social security number or what?
417 1972.
I understand you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Enter plea. Yes, sir.
You need some, you need the earphones?
No, I couldn't hear that.
Will this be a felony plea? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 0095?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully advised about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. I understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait pre-sentence investigation for probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation? You stand to the left, please. Gentlemen, stand to the left.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers Mr. Davidson, upon a plea of guilty to fleeing or evading police first degree on foot, a sentence of 2 years. Upon a plea of guilty to marijuana cultivation, a sentence of 1 year. The two sentences would run consecutive for a total of 3 years, probated for 1 year, supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to assault 4th degree, the defendant would serve 60 days in jail. The defendant shall receive credit for her time served. Defendant would pay a $250 fine and cost at the discretion of the court and remain on active supervision until all fines and restitution are paid. Obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service, and defendant would have any and all contraband destroyed. Was there?
No, I don't think so. I just want to make sure I'm going to supervise
Yes.
for 1 year.
Supervised for 1 year.
Yes.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has he served his 30 days yet?
3 days.
Well, I don't know whether does the 30 days that you're giving him count with any jail credit?
It was a 60-day, and I thought he had it served, but I'm not 100% certain.
But he does get credit for some
He
time.
does have credit for time served. Sure, how many days he already has in.
I'll schedule your sentencing on October the 28th. I need to know if he owes him for some days.
Oh, we're getting there.
Who would know that? The Adair County Jail?
Yeah. Is that since his was charged?
Yeah.
Judge, just for the court's benefit, he was given credit and given house arrest for a period of time ever since this since these charges were revoked. And I think he's supposed to get credit for that as well as the jail time. He did have some jail time.
Yeah, I definitely find y'all will tell you that the census is.
October the 28th.
October 28th.
Meet the probation parole officer over here.
Will that be at 9 o'clock, Judge?
Yeah, it'll be at 9. So he was already on he was off he wasn't on probation when this, he just a convicted felon from previous things.
He was a previous.
Okay. Okay, Derek Fox.
I've got his original form he's filed here.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, have a good day. Derek Fox. Commonwealth versus Derek Fox, 21 CR 00123. Are you Derek Fox?
Yes, sir.
You had Department of Public Advocacy in District Court. I'm going to continue their appointment. Now, it says there's an active arrest warrant out. What's the deal on that?
this, the warrants just got put in on Monday. He called about his, and he's got 5,000 cash posted in district court right now. But you had said it's sure on this one.
Well, he showed up. I'll let that do, but you need to take him in, down and process him, send him down, and I'll call you back up.
He did told you a security bond, but my understanding is it's the Indiana resident. Is that correct?
He's got a $5,000 cash.
Yeah, I just want to know if that's going to carry over.
Yeah.
You can go and search and sign a bond if they're the circuit court. It's the SCCE service.
Okay. Take him down and process him, let him sign the bond to carry that bond over here. And then the next, I'll go ahead and arraign him here while we got him here. And then,
Bring it back up.
well, yeah, you don't have to bring him back up. we're gonna do it backwards here. I'm gonna go ahead and arraign him and you go down there and process him. He can sign the bond while he's down there, okay? You don't need to photograph him and do stuff like that, do you? What do you do? Okay. Grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with traffic and controlled substance first degree first offense. I also want him to sign a waiver of extradition. Traffic and controlled substance first offense, 2 counts. And being a persistent felony offender. Heroin's one of them, 2 grams of methamphetamine. Do what?
27 grams of methamphetamine. 3 grams.
Well, what are we doing here then?
I just tell you, you said 2 grams.
That's a pretty large quantity. Let's talk. I haven't set a bond on his case yet.
Well, the 5,000 cash away would be all right.
Is it all right with you? Could you give me a waiver of extradition form? Are you working anywhere?
I was living in Indiana. I'm staying with my dad in Jackson County now. Excuse me. And my stepbrother, he's got a little business there, and I've been working for him. It's only like 3 days a week. So he said if I could pick up in a couple of days, or I could give me another job. If not,
Excuse me just a second. Yes, Mr. Clark. I won't be down there. We'll stop by the Justice Center. I'll tell you about it, okay? So you talk to the, okay, bye. Have you been living in Kentucky?
yeah, I'm staying with my dad in Jackson County. His wife's got dementia and she's sick.
I can't hear you, man.
Yes, I'm staying with my father in Jackson County. His wife's sick and he's not able to do nothing. So
Are you going back to Indiana or are you gonna stay in Jackson?
I'm gonna stay in Jackson County. I mean, I'll go back to Indiana to visit. I got children there, my mother.
Well, I want him to sign a waiver of extradition. I'll let his bond be there. He'll be back here on October the 28th. You want him here on the 11th for negotiation, Mr. Stockton?
Yes.
Get him that information.
And for the record, we enter pleas of not guilty. Your Honor acknowledges identity and waives further formal hearing.
5,000 cash bond. Darrell comes, I believe, signed it, but it should carry over without Darrell.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Brandy Lorraine Franklin. She back up here. Are you Randy Lorene Franklin?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0512.
And no,
Pardon?
no, sir, 0412.
0412, okay. You have a right to remain silent and represented by Mr. Bell. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, tampering with physical evidence, marijuana cultivation, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading, arraignment, interplea, not reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
You said you were gonna have to work out a separate day for your negotiations. Is
No,
that
sir, I can be here the 11th.
11th, you'd be here, Ms. Franklin, on the 11th for negotiations, and 28th is your next court day, okay? What did I set, what was the bond? Was there a bond set in this report?
20,000.
15,000 surety.
15,000 surety, Judge.
I'll transfer that over to leave her on the same bond. So
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
You have a good day,
you
Judge.
too. Yeah, Commonwealth versus Barbara Johnson. Barbara Johnson. Miss Costello out there about Barbara Johnson.
No one else out there, Your Honor.
Do we know anything about Barbara Johnson? Miss Costello, do you know anything about Barbara Johnson?
She was here. She was here earlier. I know.
Do what?
She appeared at the negotiation conference. We worked out the grant.
No one outside, Your Honor.
Check the turlet. See if she's in the turlet.
I thought I saw her earlier, Your Honor, and I could have been confused with the mask. The mask
You hear
off.
that, you hear that bell tolling?
I do.
It's tolling for Barbara Johnson.
I told Mr. Fox to go downstairs to get served. Is that right?
Yes, and then the waiver of extradition, she's gonna send it up here for Judge to sign.
Okay.
Issue a bench warrant for Barbara Johnson without a bond. Christian Jones. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Christian Jones, 21 CR 0068. Are you Christian Jones?
Yes, sir.
Here for pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement on this case?
Oh, Your Honor, I have some additional discovery to give Ms. Costello. At least if this is October 11th.
Be here on October the 11th for negotiations, sir, and your next court date's October 28th. Both of them are required. You understand that, Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones, you understand that you have to be there on both dates? Okay. Jeremy Jones. Jeremy Jones.
And I'll call him and his girlfriend.
Issue a bench warrant for Mr. Jones. Last month, he reported as having an illness. Be here. He is not available. Landon McIntyre. Cromwell versus Landon R. McIntyre, 21 CR 00101. You are Landon McIntyre,
Yes, sir.
born in 1993.
Yes.
Last four digits, 8436 of your social security number.
Yes.
You're on a pretrial conference. What do we have here?
Your Honor, we have an agreement for pretrial diversion.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol, Mr. McIntyre?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your
You're
Honor.
the same person named in 21 CR 00101.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, reviewed the evidence? You feel like you're fully informed?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with her advice?
yes,
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea or let you enter a diversion program, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel, jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth proves on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. You understand, by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. I'm going to consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept it. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, I'll inform you as such. You have a right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. Have you previously been diverted in the past 5 years?
no,
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years that you're currently on probation?
no,
You understand that if you fully complete the diversion, the charges will be dismissed?
yes,
Okay, now you step to your left there, Mr. McIntyre, and Mr. Carter is going to see if this is what you agree to.
The Commonwealth's offer, Your Honor, to Mr. McIntyre is on a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first. He would receive 3 years pretrial, diverted for 5. On the DUI first offense, he would pay a $200 fine. He would pay fines and court costs at your discretion. Enter and complete the Cumberland County Drug Court Program. Obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours of community service per week. And all contraband will be destroyed.
Is that what you understand? Now, you understand if you fully complete the diversion, you will be brought back. If you fail to complete the diversion, you could be brought back in front of the court. And I will schedule a sentencing hearing if I find that you're in violation of diversion. Or you agree that?
all right,
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
yes,
Now that I've explained your constitutional rights to you, is it still your desire to proceed and allow me to sentence you within the range permitted by law?
yes,
Is that your signature on the motion and pretrial diversion order?
yes,
I accept the agreement. I'll sign the diversion order. You need to meet with probation and parole officer. Ms. Megan, do we have that, is it Pulaski County that wanted on?
Ron, this included a DUI, so he has his license to turn in.
Yeah, we have a DUI also. It's enhanceable on the DUI besides enhanceable on the felony. If you have another felony and you violate the diversion, your sentences on any future felonies could be increased. You understand that? Okay, and on this DUI, if you get another DUI, it can be enhanced because of plea. Do you understand that?
yes,
We give your license to the officer there. What are the complete court costs? 900. You need some time to pay that?
yes,
$75 a month, all right?
yeah,
Okay, starting 30 days from today.
And I included in the paperwork the drug court referral as well, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll be glad to sign it. Good luck to you. Ms. Megan, are you back there with Pulaski County?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Okay, you should be able to get on with Pulaski.
Pulaski County?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can now. We had a little technical problem. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sir, will you identify yourself?
Kevin Stark.
Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Kevin Stark, 20 CR 0053. Are you Kevin Stark?
Yes, sir.
Your year of birth is 1980.
Correct.
And the last 4 digits of your social security number is 0378.
Yes, that's correct.
We're here today on a pretrial conference. Who represents Mr. Stark?
Good morning, Your Honor. Noel Caldwell is on the Zoom call representing Mr. Stark.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say about this case?
I have not heard from Mr. Caldwell's office in a while. I don't know if they want to trial date or what they want to do.
He probably can't hear you. Okay, right there.
I said, I've not heard from Mr. Caldwell's office since I furnished the last discovery, other than getting a continuance. I don't know if they want a trial date or if they want a negotiation date.
Your Honor, we'd request a trial date at this point.
How much time out front you need, Mr. Stockton?
A few months. I need to. I think everything's ready.
Do what?
I think everything's ready in the case. We don't have any outstanding liability. Couple months, whatever the court wants. November's pretty good, don't know, December, January. I mean, witness. I think 2 days we could do it, depending on how many witnesses they have.
About the Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Willis and other people in Monroe County,
What day is that?
15th of November.
Well,
Your Honor, just for scheduling purposes, my wife and I are having our first daughter at the end of November, and that kind of hurts December.
You better have it before then because you'll be sleeping there. So you'd rather go into December sometimes, what you're telling me?
Well, I've been trying to keep December clear for the fact that the baby is due at the end of November.
Okay.
I've got a murder trial and a robbery trial set in January, but February is pretty clear.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll let y'all reappear on October the 28th.
Okay.
And we'll be better prepared to go into next year's settings, and we'll have our regular motion days on the calendar and other events. So y'all just make another appearance here on October 28th by Zoom for the final pretrial, and I'll set a date. That will not delay your trial date by waiting until then. I won't be scheduling anything over you, if you understand what I'm saying. Okay?
Sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pulaski County, for your cooperation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did we do Thomas McVeigh earlier? I believe we did. I failed to fill that over. Aaron Melton. Commonwealth versus Aaron Melton, 21 CR 00111. Are you Aaron Melton?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1982.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 4322.
Yes, sir.
Here for a pretrial conference. You know, everything worked out in this case?
Your Honor, Miss Melton couldn't appear for our settlement conferences because she was positive with COVID. She's just recently been off quarantine, and so we were going to ask if we could reset this for another settlement conference.
October the 11th for settlement conference, and your next court date is October 28th. And both of those are required under your bond. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Christy N. Moreland. Commonwealth versus Christy N. Moreland, 21 CR 069. Are you Christy Moreland?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1984. Last four digits, your social security number is 6362. You have a plea agreement in this
We do,
case?
Your Honor.
Is it a diversion agreement or?
It is a diversion.
Okay. A motion has been tendered, young lady, that says you wish to enter a plea of guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 0069?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Feel like you're fully informed?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by a jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that I may apply any sentence or term allowed by law. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation or impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Now, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Have you had a felony that you're on probation for? Test 10 years. You understand that if you complete the diversion program, the charge will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, you can expunge. If someone come over and read the agreement, ma'am, you step to the left.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers Ms. Moreland on a plea of guilty possession of controlled substance first. 2.5 years, diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. It's a first offense. On a plea of guilty, we would offer a $200 fine. The defendant would agree to be assessed by the social service clinician and follow recommendations, pay fine and costs at the court's discretion, obtain gainful employment, or do 30 hours per week of community service, and all paraphernalia would be destroyed.
Come back over, young lady. Is that what you agreed to? Yeah, on a DUI, it's also enhanceable. I talked to you about the enhanceability of a felony charge if your pretrial diversion is revoked. Pretrial diversion is revoked, I sentence, have a pre-sentence investigation for it. You're sentenced on the felony. If you get another felony, it could be, give you more time. You understand what I'm saying? That's the same way on a DUI. You've got this DUI, and it'll be on your record for a considerable amount of time. If you get another DUI, it'll be enhanced, tougher penalties. You understand that? Anybody threaten or coerce you to get you to enter this guilty plea? What are court costs and fines? $850 court costs and fines. Do you need some time to pay that? I'll allow you to pay it $80 a month. You can make your first payment a month from now. You understand that? Is that your signature on the document, on the DUI papers and on the pretrial diversion agreement? I'll enter the pretrial diversion agreement. You need to meet with the probation parole officer over there.
How much per month was she paying, Your Honor? I was gonna write it down for
$80 a
Okay.
month.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, is it necessary to take her license? Do you have your driver's license with you?
Downstairs.
Yeah, I think she turned it in downstairs.
No, I can.
Oh, left it downstairs. I'm sorry.
I can bring it up.
You need to bring it back up here. Okay, you need to meet with probation parole officer over there. What kind of, did she have, was this an alcohol related thing? What about the possibility of drug court on her?
She has actually already completed treatment, so that's why SSC was in the.
What kind of treatment did you complete?
Substance abuse treatment through Adulton,
Where was that at?
Wayne County. I have the completion.
Have you had other drug charges before this?
No.
Do you work?
No, I stay home. My daughter is disabled and I help with my mother.
I
who's
can't hear
also-
you now.
My daughter is disabled and I help with her and my mother also.
Okay. How old is your daughter?
She's 14.
So you need to be very careful because it sounds like she probably needs you. And if you get out and get involved in anything, you could be that you won't be there for it, right? It's the most important thing, isn't it? Okay, meet with probation parole officer. Marcella Schwinnicky. Marcella Swinicky, 20 CR 0023. Are you Miss Swinicky?
Yes,
Born in 1970.
yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3404.
Yes, sir.
We're here on a pretrial conference. Y'all have a plea agreement in this case?
Your Honor, this was a case that we had been waiting on the ruling, and Your Honor got us one, but she had already left at the settlement conferences because we didn't think we had one. So we were gonna ask if we could have one more settlement conference day.
The 11th of October is your next settlement conference, and the 28th of October.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Danielle Scott or Daniel, is it Daniel Scott?
Daniel.
Yeah. Commonwealth versus Daniel Scott, 21 CR 0079. Daniel Scott,
Yes, sir.
where the last four digits of your social security number,
8157,
year of birth.
1980.
Okay, do y'all have an agreement in this
We do,
case?
Your Honor.
Is it diversion or felony plea?
It is a diversion, Your Honor.
Motion has been tendered. Mr. Scott says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes,
Are you
sir.
currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yep.
Are you the same person listed, named in 21 CR 0079?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
Yes, sir.
No,
Is
it's
your
No, sir.
judgment?
Oh, that's all right. No, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today? You know what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Do you feel like you're fully informed?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with your advice of your attorney?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel in your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, and right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights, and I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. If I do not accept any recommendation, I will inform you of such. Now, I want you to listen very carefully. We move to the left. Just what Mr. Carter has said. Mr. Carter,
Your Honor, on indictment, 21 CR 2014, the Commonwealth offers Mr. Scott on a plea of guilty to no insurance, a $500 fine and cost. On the DUI first, it would be a $200 fine and cost. And on the possession of controlled substance first, it would be 2.5 years, a sentence of 2.5 years. Under indictment 21 CR 79, on the plea of possession of controlled substance first, the defendants would also receive a sentence of 2.5 years. The 2 1.5-year sentences shall run consecutive for a total of 5 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years supervised. The defendant would serve 120 days on home incarceration in addition to any jail time served. The defendant would enter and complete the Cumberland County Specialty Program. On orientation morning, the Commonwealth would agree to release the defendant from home incarceration regardless if the defendant has served the 120 days. Under indictment 21 CR 14, the defendant agrees to forfeit the .22 caliber Savage rifle to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office and dispose of that within the laws of the Commonwealth. Defendant would receive credit for time served, pay cost at the discretion of the court, obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week community service, and all contraband will be destroyed. Is there an issue?
Yeah, we had already agreed to, that was in there incorrectly, so he doesn't have to
Okay.
serve that time.
Sorry, we'll withdraw the 120 days home incarceration.
You will come back over here. I mean, is that what you agreed to? Is that what you agreed to? Okay, anybody threaten or coerce you, or you plead guilty because you are guilty?
You gotta talk loud. It's hard.
Yeah, guilty. Okay, I'm sorry.
Is that your signature on the motion and order?
Yes, sir.
So you realize you violate this, you come back up, I revoke you, you'll be guilty of felonies, and those can be used against you in the future for any other felonies. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't a DUI in here, was it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a DUI? I didn't see it. Oh, there it is on the bottom. It's the second case. There are two separate cases.
Yes.
21 CR 0014 and 21 CR 0079. Because you pled guilty to this one DUI, if you get another DUI in the next 10 years or whatever period of time, the legislature, the court said that this will be enhanceable. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was that your signature on there? What's the amount of money this young man's got owed? Yes, I'll merge the court costs to save you a couple $100.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How much?
$1,535.
$1,535. Can you pay $100 a month?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, now don't tell me if you can't do it. Can you do it?
Sure.
75?
25.
Yeah, it's always better than 100, isn't it? Okay, you start paying $75 a month, starting 30 days from today. Don't miss those, okay?
Oh,
You're gonna need to meet with a probation parole officer over here and I'll sign your documents. Put your signature on there.
yes, sir.
Summer Sexton. Commonwealth versus Summer L. Sexton, 21 CR 00109. Are you Summer Sexton?
Yes.
Here for pretrial conference. Who represents you?
I do, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Sexton, born in 1999.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security 9404.
Yes.
What story here?
We
Counsel?
have an agreement, Your Honor.
Pretrial diversion or felony?
Diversion, Your Honor.
Motion been tendered, says you wish to enter a pretrial diversion plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
This is plea freely and voluntarily given.
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0010?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Is your judgment impaired in any way?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired?
You know what impaired means? You know what's going on here today.
Oh, yes.
Okay, your mind is clear, correct? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Did you read all the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes.
Okay, you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at the jury trial, to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and a right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth prove you on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You understand that by entering this guilty plea, you give up those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that I may accept any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
You have any felonies in the past 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
Okay, shall move to the left here.
Honor, the Commonwealth's offer to Miss Sexton on a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, 2 counts. She would receive a sentence of 3 years on each charge to run concurrent for a total of 3 years. Pretrial diverted for 5 years supervised. pay costs at the discretion of the court, enter and complete the Cumberland County Drug Court Program, obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours community service, and all paraphernalia will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes.
Is anyone, including your attorney, threatened to force you?
No.
You are in this plea freely because you are guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the motion and offer?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll accept the plea agreement, sign the pretrial diversion agreement. And as I said, if you violate the terms of the pretrial diversion, you're brought back in, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation for it. The sentence should be a convicted felon. Otherwise, if you successfully complete this, you can have this dismissed pretrial diverted and expunged, which is what you want, right? Okay, we'll talk to probation and parole officer. I'll sign your documents.
And I've included the drug court order as well. How much per month does she pay, Your Honor?
How much can you pay? Can you pay $40 a month?
Yes.
$240, you can pay $40 a month, okay? Are you working anywhere?
Patriots in Albany.
Do what?
Patriots in Albany.
Okay, are you getting regular hours in there?
They're laying some off because of COVID and stuff, but mostly regular hours. Yeah.
But you're trying to work, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that'll help when I look at things, okay?
Okay.
Okay, see you later.
Thank you.
Karen Michelle Spears. Karen Michelle Spears.
She's not been served with her doctor.
She hadn't served, so there's an active warrant. What do you know about her, Mr. Stockton?
I don't know, I'll have to check in.
I got one this morning from downstairs and she was quarantined.
Yeah, she has called, she's going to clean her house is possible.
What you need to go in her house and serve her. Lay it out on the porch. She said someone in her house was positive. I'm not really impressed by that. Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you what, she needs to send proof by the close of business today. Some sort. If not, what is her address? Pretrial. Y'all still on there?
Yes.
Pretrial?
Yeah, can you hear me?
But yeah, what kind of address do you have for Karen Michelle Spears now?
Let me look.
Really? You could tell me and not look.
Last one that we have is 3034 Columbia Street in Burkesville.
It's North Main way out, right? She doesn't have anything about close of business today. Go out there and arrest her and incarcerate her. Okay, you could do it. You watch Sister S. Dale Warner. Do what? Are you Dale Warner?
Yes, sir.
This is 20 CR 0013. You born in 1969. Yes, sir. Last four digits, social security number 8138.
Yes, sir.
You're down pretrial conference agreement.
We do, Your Honor.
Is it felony plea or pretrial diversion?
Diversion.
A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment of 20 CR 0013?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and reviewed the evidence that the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied that you're fully informed? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. In order to accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak, trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses who are favoring. Right to appeal this matter. Hire proof if you lose. Have a right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may also apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept any recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Have you been previously diverted in the past 5 years? Have you had any felonies in the last 10 years? Are you under any probation period?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commonwealth wants to state what the,
Yes, Your Honor, and to note on the record, part of this plea is dismissal of a DUI due to the results of the blood test. It shows that he did not have an active form of marijuana in his system. Upon a plea of guilty to wanton endangerment, first degree, 1 count, the defendant would receive a sentence of 5 years. Pre-trial diverted for 5 years with a diversion supervised, and pay cost at the discretion of the court, and obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service, and all paraphernalia would be supervised.
so you, let's say somebody ripped you off on the marijuana there, but I wouldn't know so.
No, it's just a metabolite. Ain't showing that it was active at the time of the accident. It's not the Delta-9, it's the active substance.
Okay. You understand that if you successfully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed pre-trial, diverted, you get them expunged. So however, if you come back in and get revoked, I'll do a pre-sentence investigation report and schedule a sentencing. In that situation, be a convicted felon, and that can be used against you in enhancement of any other felonies in the future. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You fully inform, you approve of your attorney's activity in this thing, Representative? Is that your signature on there? Yes, sir. Okay, well, I'll accept the pre-trial diversion, sign the agreement. Really talk to probation parole officer so you get some information on you. Okay, thank you. 205 in court costs. Can you pay that or need some time?
I need some time, please.
Okay, you pay the first payment 50 days from today and $50 a month to get paid. Okay. Okay. Jimmy Webb. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Webb. 21 CR 0067. Are you Jimmy Webb?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1966.
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 8409. You have a plea agreement here.
No, Your Honor, Mr. Webb appeared at the settlement conferences and he is in the process of trying to hire private counsel. And I would ask the court to try and give him a little bit more time. He's a co-defendant with Mr. Jones. So we would be conflicting his case out if he doesn't hire, but he's in the process of hiring.
Well, it needs to speed up the process.
That's not good. Let's come up here with a public defender. So you're trying to, who you trying to hire? You got to do what?
Johnny Bell.
He's been here all day. You could have grabbed him on the way out there and tackled him. You be here with Johnny Bell on October the 11th for negotiations. And your next case is on October 28th. If you fail to get Mr. Johnny Bell or someone else by the 1st of October, then you be here with Miss Samantha here, okay, Costello.
Yeah, she told me it'd be a conflict of interest. She represented me the other day, so.
You have conflict counsel appointed for him by October 11th. You need to inform her by October the 1st, whether you have an attorney. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So you be here on October 11th with an attorney for negotiation, and your next court date's October 28th. That way the process is not slowed up. You agree with that, Mr. Stockton? Okay, Andrew Gene Weiss. Andrew Gene Weiss has an active warrant out, has not been served. No. Raven Willis. Cromwell versus Raven Willis, 21 CR 0061. Are you Raven Willis?
Yes, sir.
Motion to revoke bond. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
She wasn't at the negotiation.
She was. I think the motion to revoke bond we took up last month because she had missed that one. That you ordered her to be at the next settlement conference and she was, Your Honor.
You must not make a big impression on Mr. Stockton. No. You must not have been willing to plead guilty. That's the one she likes.
Yeah, that's what said back in August.
What's the resolution of this? It's just
Oh,
possession.
She was here. at that one years old.
But she was, she's still thinking about the offer. She hasn't made a decision yet, Your Honor. We were gonna ask for one more
Look,
continuance.
Well, you gonna do a pretrial diversion? They offered you pretrial diversion.
Original version.
I'm just a little uneducated, I think. And I'm gonna try to ask, a couple.
Let me educate you about something. Okay. Pretrial diversion means all you gotta do is stay clean, keep a job, not violate. The case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted. You get expunged, won't even be on your record. That sound like a pretty good deal? Well, you don't seem enthusiastic about that. I would be enthusiastic. The other alternative is you go to trial in front of a jury. Okay. If they convict you, you go to jail. So you know, we just need to set her a trial date.
I would ask for one more pretrial, Your Honor.
I don't understand. She didn't show to one and she came to one and she doesn't look like she's focused here.
I mean, I'm focused. I'm just unsure of exactly what to do. I mean, your offer does sound
It's
like
not
a-
my offer. It's the Commonwealth's offer.
Yeah, I apologize.
There was a container signed with me. If it was her, she needs to be guilty. If it's not, well, that trial sits with her. I don't know what the reluctance is.
Well, there's no reason to have any other negotiations. You be here on October 28th. And if you enter a plea, that'll be fine. If you don't, we'll set your trial date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tyler Wright. Tyler Wright.
Outside, Your Honor.
What's she saying?
She said he's downstairs, that she, on her way out, she could tell him to come back in at the court.
She's very helpful. Okay. Amanda Boyer. Commonwealth versus Amanda Boyer, 21 CR 00121. Are you Amanda Boyer?
Yes.
Born in 1981.
Yes,
Last
sir.
4 digits of social security number are 1590.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you got here?
This is not her arraignment, Your Honor.
Do what?
I had this as an arraignment. Is this?
Yeah.
Okay.
She hadn't previously been arraigned.
I don't believe so.
Mine was indicted just a couple days ago.
Yeah, she was just indicted.
Okay. The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging trafficking in controlled substance, first degree. Trafficking in controlled substance, first degree, another offense. Tampering with physical evidence. Possession of drug paraphernalia. Operating under the influence. Careless driving. You acknowledge receipt of indictment, identity of client, wait formal reading, arraignment, enter plea, not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you'll be here on October 11th for negotiation with Amanda Boyer, and then on October 28th, to enter a plea or set a trial date, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Susan Brown. Did they ever find Tyler O'Wright downstairs? Cromwell versus Susan Brown, 21 CR 0073. Susan K. Brown, you were born in 1968.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8947.
Yes.
Okay, we're here today for sentencing. You have the sentencing report there. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done before? Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
On a plea of guilty, so your reason this lady should not be sentenced.
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years probate, 5 years probation to be supervised. On plea of guilty operating motor vehicle with alcohol content under the influence, she shall pay a fine of $200. Agrees to be assessed for social services. Now, what are the total fine and court costs?
$820.
$820. You need some time to pay that.
Yes.
Pay it $75 a month, starting 30 days from today.
Okay.
Now, do you have any driver's license with you?
Yep.
You know, these DUIs are enhanceable. If you get another one, it'll be more. You understand that? Say something.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The microphone just doesn't activate if you don't say anything. Okay, you need to meet with the probation and parole officer there. Okay, thanks very much. Now, what about Tyler O'Wright? He was downstairs. He was. Well.
He was here earlier, Your Honor, I had signed something. And he's been to all of our settlement conferences.
Just call down there, see if security, see, do they know him? Is there anybody else in the courtroom that do the active docket except for Tyler O'Wright?
He's on that side of extradition.
Yeah, you signed this extradition order, sir?
Yes, sir.
You just come up here and just acknowledge it. Just state your name.
Eric Paul Fox.
And you signed the extradition order earlier here, and I have it here. Is that your signature on there?
It is, yes.
I have to sign this in open court, so I'm sure you brought you back up. Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you on court day. Okay. Issue a bench warrant for Tyler Wright. Okay, never mind. Here he is. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tyler O'Wright, 20 CR 0056. Are you Tyler Wright?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1989.
Yes,
Last
sir.
four digits, social security number 7662.
Yes.
Here today for pretrial conference. What do you have, a felony or?
Diversion, Your Honor.
Okay, I understand by motion here, you wish to enter a guilty pretrial diversion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment 20 CR 0056?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, review the evidence Commonwealth has against you? Are you satisfied?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept your plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you understand? By entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights, and I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed in the law. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsh sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Have you had any felony convictions in the past 10 years? Are you currently on probation?
No.
Understand that you must, if you fully complete the diversion agreement, your charges will be dismissed. If you also understand, if you don't complete the diversion agreement, come back in, I'll revoke the diversion schedule, a sentencing hearing, you'll be a convicted felon. And that would enhance any felonies in the future. You understand that? Stand to your left, please, sir, and let Mr. Carter see if this is what you agreed to.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's offer to Mr. Wright is on a plea of guilty to possession of controlled first degree. The defendant would receive 3 years pre-trial, diverted for 5 years supervised. Pay costs at your discretion, be assessed by the social service clinician. Obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours a week of community service, and all paraphernalia would be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on there?
It is.
What is the court cost?
$240.
$240. You need some time to pay that?
I do.
Okay. If you'll pay $50, 30 days from today, and $50 every month, and you pay it in full. Okay.
Your Honor, he was also a co-defendant with Mr. Thomas McVeigh, who was here earlier, not in a separate part from Mr. Gilbert's case that we discussed earlier. He has signed a waiver.
Okay. You accept the fact that your attorney represented both of them. You have no objection to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, if you file that waiver, you need to meet with the probation parole officer over there giving you information. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the jail docket. Okay, let's go to the Dare County case then. Okay, the Dare County Jail. The Dare County Jail. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brandon Jones.
We're here, Judge. Mr. Jones will be here in just about 30 seconds.
Ms. Costello, you represent him.
I do, Your Honor. We have emailed the signed paperwork.
We can't hear anything. You
I'm
want
sorry.
to come up here to the,
Yes, we have emailed the signed paperwork. Okay, good.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brandon T. Jones. Document number 21 CR 0033 and 21 CR 0034. Are you Brandon T. Jones?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth, Mr. Jones?
In 885,
And the last 4 digits of your social security number?
7432.
Okay, we're here today. I understand that you have signed a motion to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily entered?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictments number 21 CR 0033 and 21 CR 0034?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and reviewed the evidence? Are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights that you have under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea, you've given up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I'm not applying any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting a recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, if you do not agree with that, you can withdraw your plea and still have a jury trial. In other words, this is as much you can get without your agreement. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Wright?
Afternoon, Judge. Judge, in indictment 21 CR 33, which I understand Mr. Jones is entering a plea pursuant to Alford to in that case, and we're agreeable to that. We're recommending 5 years on the first count of false statement or ID or financial condition to get a credit card. That would be enhanced to 10 years on a plea of guilty to an amended charge of persistent second degree, 12 months in jail on fraudulent use of a credit debit card for 10 years in that indictment. In 21 CR 34, it would be 5 years on fleeing or evading the police in the first degree. That would be enhanced to 10 years on an amended charge of being a second degree persistent felony offender. We're recommending dismissal of the tampering with evidence charge, dismissal of the other PFO that would have enhanced the tampering charge. 3 years on possession of the controlled substance, the methamphetamine. Misdemeanor time on the misdemeanors and violations, drug paraphernalia, operating on suspended, second degree wanton endangerment, reckless driving, criminal littering, not stopping at a stop sign, not giving a signal, not having his headlights on, and another count of wanton endangerment, all concurrent for 10 years in that case. We're opposing probation. Now, there's a provision, Judge, where we're agreeing for his release pending sentencing. So the total sentence will be 10 years. We're not opposed to a surety bond pending sentencing with him to be monitored by through monitored conditional release with drug testing. He would stay at his home at all times except to go to court, meet with the pretrial, take a drug test, or if there's a medical emergency. If he violates his bond, doesn't appear for sentencing or commits some crime while he's pending sentencing, then we could recommend the 2 10-year sentences be consecutive for a total sentence not to exceed 20 years, and we would oppose probation. But that's the offer on behalf of the Commonwealth, Judge.
Is that what you agreed to?
I know. I'm tired of this lifestyle.
Yes, sir.
Need help.
Okay, has anybody threatened to force or coerce you to enter this plea?
What did you say, sir?
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you to enter this plea, or are you doing it voluntarily because you?
Yes, I'm doing it voluntarily.
Okay, now I understand that on the first charge, you entered an Alford plea, which means that you don't acknowledge you did it, but there's significant evidence there, and rather than put yourself at risk, you're entering a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. I'll schedule the sentencing here in Cumberland Circuit. We can do it by that he can be present here in this court because he's going to be released October 28th. I'll do a $15,000 surety bond. Somebody can come in and sign a $15,000 surety bond for you, but you'll be under curfew. What is your street address that you live at right now?
513 Ashley Court.
In Columbia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you stay there at your house unless you go to work, doctor, or work, doctor, or church. If you want to leave for any other purpose, you need to call the pretrial people, okay? And just tell them where you're going to be. I mean, I don't know what other need. Do you have anybody there to go to the grocery for you and stuff like that, or do you live by yourself?
My sister.
Okay. Well, you just stay on the premises there, and you see, if you don't show up for this sentence and you don't cooperate, you could go up to 20 years, and I guarantee you don't want to do that. I guess I need to the number of probation. You know where the probation and parole office is up there?
Yes, sir.
You need to report there by the end of business, or call in by the end of business today to make an appointment to get the information so they can do a pre-sentence investigation. Okay.
Judge, what time will that be on the 28th?
It'll be at 9, it'll probably be about 10 o'clock, be 11 o'clock your time, Mr. Wright. But I can accommodate you on Zoom. If if you want to, or you can be here, either one.
All right. As of now, I have 3 cases set for jury trial in Adair County. One of us will be either in person or on Zoom at that time, though.
We can do it even if the defendant is here in person, his attorney will be here and you can appear by Zoom, okay?
Appreciate that. Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
You're gonna call the clerk's office and notify them when there's a trial schedule in this case?
Yes, I've notified the clerk's office. Yes, I will. I'll take care of that. No, September 30th was the trial date, Judge. That can be, of course, remanded.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Can someone at the jail give Mr. Jones the number for pretrial services, their 24-hour number? Okay. He did a thumbs up, so I guess that means yes.
Okay, thank you.
Samantha, I've got a bond decision and I'm sending it with all the information.
Okay,
Thank
that'd be
you.
good. Thank you. Okay. I guess where's my? Adair County,
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Frederick Bishop. How many do we have in Barron County? Let's go ahead and do Barron. They just have 4 in Barron County, so we're gonna go ahead and do Barron. Mr. Bishop, you just hang on there with us, buddy. We'll get back to you, okay? Commonwealth versus Robert Stevenson in Barron County. Are you Robert Stevenson? You need to push your microphone on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Robert Stevenson. 21 CR 00113. You're on for the purpose of arraignment. You had DPA and district court. I'll continue that appointment. The grand jury of Cumberland County, Mr. Stevens, has returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property and being a persistent felony offender. Mr. Bailiff.
Bill, I love it when I'm on court, that kills me.
Johnny, cut your microphone on there, you know.
No,
We don't want to know too much about you. Okay, Mr. Stevenson, Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll schedule Mr. Stevenson for negotiations on the pretrial on October the 11th. And his actual pretrial is on the 28th. Now, what, is he in jail on a charge from some other county?
Your Honor, we just transferred a Monroe Circuit case to Cumberland County for judicial economy, and I'd ask that Ms. Costello, if she'd pick that up too, maybe we can resolve both of these on the 11th.
Congratulations, Mr. So you pick another case up. What kind of bond does he have?
I'm doing state time, sir.
You doing state time? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, we'll see you on October the 11th and 28th. Okay, thank you very much. What else we got in Barron County? James Buddy Whitlow. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James Buddy Whitlow, 20 CR 0067. Are you James Buddy Whitlow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here today on pretrial conference. What do you have on this?
Your Honor, we will need a trial date in Mr. Whitlow's case.
Okay, well, I'm going to do like I did on the other case. We'll schedule you for October the 28th for the next pretrial. Mr. Stockton, that'll give us an opportunity to pull together where we are on these various trials. And
That's fine, Your Honor.
let you set some priorities. So Mr. Whitlow will be back here on October the 28th. Set a trial date. Okay, do we have anybody else in Barron County? Humphrey, Mr. Humphrey.
Humphrey.
Justin Humphrey, yeah, is that it, Barron County?
It should be Justice Slayton for sentencing after.
Commonwealth versus Dustin Humphrey, 21 CR 0057. Are you Dustin Humphrey?
Yes, sir.
What do we have on this case?
Your Honor, we have an agreement. I faxed it to Barron County and I emailed it. I don't know if we've received it back.
Mr. Humphrey, have they shown you the plea agreement?
No, sir. I talked about it with Samantha last night, but they haven't brought me anything to sign yet.
You know, we've reviewed it. I've seen it.
What was
Barron County, have you received it?
Barron County, have you received the plea agreement that this gentleman is supposed to look at?
And I emailed it too, just in case the fax didn't work.
Been emailed and faxed, they say.
I haven't got it yet. I'll have to look up there and see if they have it somewhere. It's not showing.
Yeah, she don't have it yet. She's gonna look and see if they got it on fax.
Okay. Is this,
Your plea, Your Honor, because he's a state inmate.
okay, was he gonna be a state inmate next month too?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll just continue this entry of a misdemeanor plea to October the 28th. So we'll get your paperwork and you can look at it. I don't want to rush you through anything. You understand what I'm saying? You're still gonna be there, correct?
I think so. I don't know if I'm gonna get shipped out or what.
Well,
Your
if
Honor,
you're
it's
not
a
there-
misdemeanor, it's a misdemeanor plea. Will he need to sign it in open court or could we just enter it? Because I did it because he's a state inmate.
Okay, well, just go ahead and tell him what
The charge would be amended to possession of a controlled substance, second degree. He'd receive a sentence of 6 months for 12 months, credit for time served. He'll remain on active supervision. All fine costs is paid. And it would be just court costs. And my understanding is since he's serving a felony plea right now, it would be merged in, the misdemeanor would be merged in and he would get credit on that. It's my understanding.
Jesse, we thought it was 6 months to serve and we realized that it was written as 6 months.
Okay, it should be 6 months to serve. We'll change the paperwork. Is that what you want?
Yes, please.
Okay.
you have certain rights, Mr. Humphrey. You have a right not to testify against yourself, the right to speed trial, be represented by counsel to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called against you. You have a right to appeal this case to higher court and require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. Now, you want to waive those rights and allow me to go ahead and sign a misdemeanor judgment so this 6 months can run at the same time your other sentence is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll go ahead and enter that judgment today. Now, you're satisfied with Mr. Costello's representation and you waive any other appearance in this court. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and sign it, and that way we can get you on the way to running these days concurrently. I'm gonna waive it since you're a prisoner and I don't know when you're gonna get out. I'm gonna waive your court costs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too. Now, who else do we have in Barron County?
Joseph Slate.
Slayton? Joseph Slayton?
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Joseph Slayton. (20 CR 0055). Are you Mr. Slayton?
Yes, sir.
Here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? You seen that?
No, I ain't seen nothing.
Okay, so,
I sent it, Your Honor. I apologize.
okay, well, how much, has he got time served on this thing?
Your Honor, Mr. Slayton's agreement is,
Speak up a little bit.
sorry, Your Honor, I've got two files and I've written it in both. I completely apologize, Your Honor. I've got it in multiple places.
used to be probated.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, it would be 5 years probated for 5 years. And he has a restitution that he would also have to be paid at $200 per month.
Well, I can't sentence him if he hadn't looked at that, so. Mr. Slayton, the deal was they were supposed to give you a copy of this to look at, and you're supposed to be probated, which meant that he could be let out today, is that right?
Yeah, I think he has a hold, yes, for this court. I think he has a holder out of Logan County, but yes.
Well, he has a holder out of Logan County. I'm gonna try to get him to fax this thing up there to you. I'm still gonna be here for a couple of hours. Fax this thing.
I'm sorry, sir.
What?
I signed the final sentence and I come over for the final sentence. They
Yeah,
brought
well,
me
this is the pre-sentence investigation report that probation and parole does.
Okay.
Yeah, and this just, I just want to make sure you look at it, see if there, for example, it's got how many days credit you're supposed to get and all that kind of stuff. And you've got a right to look at that before I send it to you.
Yes, sir.
It's all right. Okay, so I'm gonna have it sent over there to you, and we'll be around here for a couple of hours, and I'm gonna tell them to remind me not to leave without they go ahead and final sentence you today, okay? And I will get it over to you there in a few minutes, okay?
All right.
Hang on, Mr. Slayton. Barron County, I emailed it to the J-Corps at Barron County Detention Center that I had, the email address. Is that the right email address?
The Courtnet one, yes.
Courtnet.
It was barroncd@ky.gov.
Yeah.
Well, you need,
I'll figure
we'll
it
try to
out.
send it again. Y'all be watching for it, and then we'll get you back on the line, okay?
All right, thanks, sir.
Yeah.
I have some deposition. Would it be all right if I go back to the office, so I can share with more things if you're on
You're on
Zoom?
yeah, jail docket.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Adair County.
Your Honor.
You got somebody else at Barron County? What's your name, sir?
Buddy Whitlow, I was wondering if we could address bond.
What's your name?
Buddy Whitlow.
Now, Mr. Whitlow, you need to call your attorney.
Thank you.
Adair County. Adair County.
We're on, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Frederick Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Combo versus Frederick Bishop. We're here on a pretrial conference.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sorry. Mr. Bishop turned himself in this week, Your Honor. Mr. Stockton and I were discussing it, but we would like to reset it for a settlement conference on the 11th.
October the 11th for a settlement conference. The next pretrial is on October 28th to set a trial or to enter a plea. Zachary Bramlett.
Pike County.
Square, Pike County, you on the line? Pike County, are you on the line? Can somebody check on Pike County for us? Who's going to do that? Somebody in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office check Pike County for us. Nathan Neil Costello.
That's one of Mr. Cross's case.
Okay, let's take about a 10-minute recess here. Mr. Cross, I didn't think of the fact, who do you have?
Bruce Cole, Your Honor.
Bruce Cole. Is he in Adair County? Bring Bruce Cole.
He's here, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll do Bruce Cole and then we'll take a short break until Mr. Cross gets back to his phone. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Bruce Cole. 21 CR 00112. Mr. Cole, are you present there? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Jackson.
Okay. Counselor, will you identify yourself?
Yes, Your Honor. Kevin Crosland here on his behalf.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. We had a settlement conference last Friday. Weren't able to reach an agreement. Commonwealth wants to reach out to the alleged victim, Mr. Gore. They have made contact with Mr. Gore. We'll be speaking with him tomorrow, as I understand. So we would request another pretrial conference. I have filed a motion for a bond review, Your Honor.
Okay, October the 11th, pretrial conference, next court date, October 28th. Now, are you filing a motion for bond reduction?
It should have already been filed.
Could you check the file and see if there's a motion? For bond reduction?
It's back there. I got it.
Call this on September the 8th, Judge.
There's some, who is the lady that's outside a victim?
It's one of the people that was present in the home, Your Honor. Mr. Coe's charged with burglary first degree.
Did you call this witness?
I did, Your Honor.
Yeah. Did you have a copy of that?
I've been searching your desk. I'll try to find it.
There was an ex parte communication made to somebody just pulled me up on Messenger and communicated with me, and I want to provide a copy of that.
Okay.
To you and to the Commonwealth. I didn't provide it to the Commonwealth or you because I didn't want to contact one without the other.
Sure.
Let me see here. That's what my staff lawyer was reminding me about. I don't know where that would have been. We printed it out. What was the victim's name?
William Jordan Gore is the victim as far as the assault. The burglary, I don't believe will withstand scrutiny based on the lack of cooperation.
Who is the spouse or a domestic violence? It was Kayla Anderson, would that be it?
No, I'm already out for probation for that. I didn't do my time. I'm on probation, Judge.
Her name is Chelsea Wilson, Your Honor.
I've got a communication from Kayla Anderson here. I'm
No.
gonna have to- Don't say anything else, Mr. Cole. It can be used against you, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay, what I'm doing is somebody's communicated something to me, and I want your lawyer to have a right to look at it, okay?
Oh, yeah. I was just saying I was off probation for that. That's all.
But I just don't say anything else, okay? Megan, I have it here. If you want to come out and figure out how we can print it. Megan, are you there? Here, just a second, see if we can direct this to the printer. I can't figure out how to email. How do you email this up here? Okay, I'm not gonna have a bond reduction hearing right now. You have to go to the end of the docket. I've got too many people on here, but I'm gonna get you a copy of this communication, provide the Commonwealth a copy of it too. Okay?
Your Honor, Mr. Stockton stated that he did not
You
believe,
need to speak up.
excuse me, Mr. Stockton stated that he did not believe that the burglary charge would hold up. And that was the whole purpose of having Ms. Wilson here. So she can be excused as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, you can be excused.
And so I won't need to be calling any witnesses for, I would just simply ask the court to review the discovery if it's been provided to the court.
Yeah, in all fairness to Mr. Cole, Your Honor, I believe that at some point in time, the Commonwealth will dismiss the burglary as just being an assault case.
He's currently being held on a $50,000 bond, Your Honor. We would just ask the court to review that in light of Commonwealth statements regarding the burglary charge.
What's your position on the bond, Mr. Stockton?
Well, where does Mr. Cole normally live?
I live,
I want you to see this document that was sent to me.
Okay.
352,
After I see that, me and Mr. Crosland can talk about the bond. I'll be glad to talk to you about it.
352 Cumberland Drive.
In Cumberland County.
No, yes, sir. I've been there for about a year.
Okay, well, I'll review the stuff in the discovery and I'll let y'all talk about this. And if y'all can't reach an agreement, I'll schedule a separate hearing on the date where you can plenty of time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I will not use today as your one time. Okay,
And will Ms. Thompson be getting me that communication, Your Honor?
she's gonna hand it to you here in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
We're gonna take about a 5-minute break here. If the other jails will give us just a break.
My excuse after I receive it.
Absolutely, or unless you want to say, it'll be here in just a minute.
Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Are you? Yeah. You're on Zoom. I didn't. I don't see Grant County on there, but I thought I saw it earlier. They were on and demanded to go, and I told them I couldn't at that moment, and they're like, we'll be back at 2. At 2? Didn't ask. I sent paperwork for the Hildebrand and haven't received it back to the number they wanted to text you. And then I put the clerk's office fax number to return it to or my email.
I'm supposed to get this on 12 o'clock. See how that's, everybody seems real worried about it.
I've made several mad. I made Clark County mad. I made
Sure, they're
Grant County
busy.
mad.
Yeah.
We're like,
I went back around and told Stacy to go eat. Both of us being here.
Yesterday, I told them, I mean, person when you said that, okay, might be around 10:30 or so.
So it's not just. Yeah, I say, oh, Kentucky Women's.
They call me? No. Wait till they call me? Yeah. Before you, I'll pay the facility to do that right now. Ready to go, okay? Yep. When we finish this, I'll have to go first. All right.
Pike County, have you received the paperwork for Mr. Bramlett? Mr. Bramlett, did they give you your paperwork to sign?
Yeah, I got some paperwork here.
Okay, can you have them make sure they send that back to the clerk's office?
Okay.
Is the guard still in there with you?
No.
Okay, knock and get the guard and go ahead and have them send that, and I'll give them the fax number to send it to.
That was all. So that didn't.
I noticed you bring the guest on YouTube.
You go.
I just know who got that on this one.
Maybe you can fax to them. And she's gonna give you the fax number right now. She's on it. Ms. Costello?
Yes, Mr. Bramlett, Ms. Thompson is going to send the number in the chat. So you just sign the documents and send it back to that number, okay?
You want me to sign what?
Yeah, sign the documents, all the documents, and then have them fax them to the number Ms. Thompson is going to give them, okay?
I just don't sign page 3.
There should be several signatures.
Okay.
And don't say anything about your case, because this is open. So I'm not gonna say anything
Okay.
on record, okay?
The thing is. There's one out there. Mhm.
Deb Cross needs the email sent.
Do you have it? Just, you know,
Okay, Grant County, if you'll turn your camera off, and at PCDC, turn your camera off. And we'll get to y'all in just a few minutes here. Kentucky Women's Center, turn your camera on. Megan, will you turn the camera off at PCDC Port 3?
I think he's in there by himself, so he wouldn't be allowed to touch the computer.
Okay, well, that's why I said Megan too. Kentucky Women's Center,
Yes, Your Honor.
yeah, we're ready to take you. Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Stephanie Strong. Stephanie Strong. Hello, are you Stephanie Strong?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0072, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Stephanie Strong. Ms. Costello, your attorney is here. Wait, Ms. Costello.
Hi, Stephanie.
You're not on camera for some reason.
Stephanie?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think I only show up when I talk.
Okay. What do we have here?
We have an agreement, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's a misdemeanor plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Strong, are you the same person indicted in 21 CR 0072?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your last four digits of your social security number is 7226,
Yes, sir.
born in 1985.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I understand that the Commonwealth is going to offer you a misdemeanor plea on the charges. Is that correct, Mr. Stockton? Would you read what the offer is?
Yes, Your Honor. Possession of controlled substance, first degree, would be amended to possession of controlled substance, second degree. She'd receive 6 months to serve. Commonwealth opposed probation. My understanding is that would merge into the felony sentence she's currently serving.
Okay, is that what you agreed to, Ms. Strong?
Yes, sir.
In other words, you're going to get a misdemeanor plea, get 6 months, and it runs with the time you're already serving.
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time? Have you had plenty of time to talk to your attorney about this?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Do you have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution? You have a right not to testify against yourself. You have a right to speedy trial. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to be represented by counsel, confront and cross-examine the witnesses, produce evidence, call witness, appeal this matter to higher court, and require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you waive those rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I have an agreement here that has your signature on it, and Ms. Costello is representing to the court. She has, is that your client's signature on there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this is a misdemeanor a plea here, so you do enter a plea of guilty, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm what I'm going to do, I've got this motion with your signature on it. Since it's a misdemeanor plea, I do not have a pre-sentence investigation. With your agreement, Ms. Strong, I'll go ahead and enter a judgment on the misdemeanor and forward to the Department of Corrections. Is that okay with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank y'all at the Kentucky Women's Center for your cooperation. Sorry for the delay.
Your Honor, she's also a co-defendant with Mr. Bramlett, and I included a signed waiver of dual representation.
Okay, we have a waiver of dual representation. You had the same law. You don't have any conflict with that. Is that correct, ma'am?
I have no conflict with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna waive your court costs since you're incarcerated. You want to?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, now let's pick another county where we just have one person here. Tell me. Grant County, are you on? Who would it be? Grant County.
Yes, Your Honor.
You just got one of ours, so we'll try to. Who is it? Hillenbrand? We need to separate them in the future by counties. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Bradley C. Hildebrand. Are you Bradley Hildebrand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, were you born in 1994?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 2089.
Yes, sir.
Counselor, you're represented by Ms. Costello, who's here. What do we have in this case?
Your Honor, we have an agreement. I sent it to Grant County. I faxed it. I don't know if they were supposed to fax it back to the clerk's office or email it, and I haven't received it. I don't know if the clerk's office has.
Mr. Bradley, did you receive a plea agreement up there to review?
Yes.
Have you signed it?
Yes, I've signed it.
I faxed it back to both fax numbers.
Okay, give me a fax number here.
864.
270-864-1227.
That's where I faxed it, and I faxed it to the other number.
Oh.
The attorney also.
Okay, have you tried to fax it to the number I just gave you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call downstairs, see if they got it. We'll check downstairs, see if they have it.
There's 3 blank white pages. It should be trying to fax it again.
It came through 3 blank white pages. If you try to fax it again, maybe it was entered in the fax machine upside down. Grant County,
Yes, Your Honor.
could you send it again? It came in 3 blank white pages. Okay, Mr. Commonwealth Attorney, could you go ahead and tell us what the offer was?
Yes, Your Honor. He's also a state prisoner, so I've amended possession of a controlled substance, first degree, second degree to a misdemeanor class A and be 6 months to serve. Commonwealth opposes probation.
Mr. Hildebrand, what they said is that they've agreed to amend your felony case to a misdemeanor, give you 6 months and let it run with your present sentence. Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You have certain constitutional rights. You have right not to testify against yourself, right to speedy trial. No one can make you say anything. You have right to be represented by counsel. You have right to confront and cross-examine witnesses, your right to produce evidence, your right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, your right to hire a Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge. Did you waive those constitutional rights?
Yes.
Okay, you're a state prisoner, so I don't have to, and it's a misdemeanor. So with your agreement, I'm going to go ahead and enter the misdemeanor judgment, and we'll send a copy, we'll file it, send a copy of it to your attorney, will send a copy to you. And we'll wait for that signed plea agreement. We'll get it sometime today. And we'll mark it up and send that. You're incarcerated, so I'm going to waive your court costs. That'll save you $200 or $300 when you get out. You won't have to worry about paying that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have a good day. Thank you, Grant County.
Thank you.
Pike County. Who is Pike County? Who is it? Pike County, are you on there yet? Pike.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, okay. It's Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Zachary Bramlett, 21 CR 0071. You're Zachary Bramlett.
Yes, sir.
Born in 1992.
Yes, sir.
The last 4 digits, social security number 8719.
Yes.
We're here today on that case. What have you got on this, Ms. Costello?
Your Honor, we have an agreement in Mr. Bramlett's
You need to
case.
wait to get back up here.
We have an agreement at Mr. Bramlett's case.
Okay, okay. Mr. Bramlett, a motion has been tendered. It says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct? Mr. Bramlett?
What? Sorry.
So a motion has been entered, it says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0071?
Yes.
Have you had time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at the jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. What kind of agreement do we have?
Misdemeanor.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is a situation where you're a state prisoner and Commonwealth's going to make an offer, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, we would amend, Commonwealth would amend possession of controlled substance first degree to possession of a controlled substance second degree. Serve 6 months on the class A misdemeanor. Commonwealth opposed probation.
Okay, so what they're saying, Mr. Bramlett, is since you're already serving a felony plea, they're going to agree to make it a misdemeanor and let's the 6 months serve concurrent to your present sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes.
Since it is a misdemeanor, I can go ahead with your agreement and enter a judgment today and get that time served. Your attorney is here today. Do you have any objections? Go ahead and let's enter that misdemeanor judgment and you start your days.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's fine with you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and do that. And I don't think there's anything. She's identified your signature on the document.
Yes.
And testified that that's yours. Okay, we'll send that. Pike County, thank you very much for your patience and cooperation.
Thank you.
Okay, now where are we going back? Wayne County, we got one person in Wayne County. What's the person name? James.
I've got 2 people here in Wayne County, Judge.
Okay,
I got Jonathan Ray too.
okay. Who did you say?
James.
I can't understand.
James.
James. Zachary Zane. James, okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm standing in for Mr. Hurt on the final sentencing.
Wait a second. Commonwealth versus Zachary Allen James, 21 CR 0070. We're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Will you give me that? Mr. James, have you had our opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report?
James.
Pikeville needs it. We need to cut Pikeville's camera. Thank you. Mr. James, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is everything in there substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Cross, is there any reason why Mr. James should not be sentenced today?
I know of none, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. Shall receive credit for time served, agrees to be assessed by social service clinician. Court costs in the amount of how much?
This is $295.
$295. That will allow you to pay that at $40 a month, starting 30 days after your release. Paraphernalia shall be destroyed. Now you'll need to, I'm going to sign an order. Are you there on other charges, sir, or is this all you got here?
This is all I have.
Okay, I'm going to sign an order and they'll allow you to leave today if you want out, or I can wait till tomorrow or the next day. Which one you want?
Today will be fine, Your Honor.
That's the right answer. We'll need to give you a number for you to call a probation and parole officer. I don't know whether they're on here or not. Do you have a number? Megan, what number will he be calling? Who will he be calling?
Probably be Jeremy, but I don't know his number.
I have his number, Your Honor.
Okay, well, you call him. I'm going to send the order over there. You call him by the close of business today, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll send the order over there. We'll send the jail order over there now, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. What are we going to now?
Wayne County's got Jonathan Ray, it's a Clinton County case.
Okay, we also got Jonathan Ray up there. It's a Clinton Circuit Court case for the purpose of arraignment. Commonwealth versus Jonathan E. Ray, 21 CR 0083. Are you Jonathan Ray?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1986?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 4463.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with illegal headlight, no brakes, failure to have insurance, failure to wear seat belts, possession of controlled substance first, methamphetamine, paraphernalia, operating under the influence, possession of radio that sends police message, driving while a license suspended, and PFO 2 charges. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Shuffett, do you represent Mr. Ray? Mr. Shuffett? Your microphone's not on for some reason. Say something, Mr. Shuffett. Not getting you. Just nod your head, Mr. Shuffett. We're not getting you, Mr. Shuffett. Mr. Stockton, this reminds me of that video they sitting around with that had that cat head on it. Did you ever see that?
Yeah.
Mr. Shuffett, you're not a cat, right?
Your Honor, it seems like Mr. Shuffett's sound is not working. He asked me. He's communicating with me. If I could.
We'll have him to call you on your phone and we can hear him.
Okay.
I'm a problem solver, Mr. Bell. Did you notice that? I'm a problem solver. I just get, right, if it goes in, if it's just a cell phone, I can handle it. You have a flip up, I'm more familiar with that.
He is on speakerphone, Your Honor.
Okay, now Mr. Shuffett. Mr. Shuffett. Okay, you acknowledge his identity, receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is a Clinton County case. So what's the next rule day over there? Mr. Stockton, when do you want him over there?
I think we're meeting October the 8th at 1, if Mr. Shuffett can be there. If not, he can see me anytime he wants to.
October the 8th would be for the negotiation, and the next rule day over there is what day?
The 14th.
14th. Those are his two court dates, okay?
Judge, what is his bond currently?
What is his bond pretrial?
10,000 cash or 2 times with an ankle monitor.
10,000 cash with an ankle monitor.
Your Honor, I know that Mr. Ray has reached out and made some, tried to make some connections to get into rehab. Consider allowing him to go to rehab.
I'll let you work with that on Mr. Stockton, where you have more time to discuss that with him, and y'all get back with me together, and I'll make a decision, kind of follow y'all's recommendation, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Clark County, is Clark County on? Clark County, Clark County, will you switch your? Christopher.
Yes, I can see you, Your Honor.
Yeah, Christopher Harrison. There you go. Commonwealth versus Christopher E. Harrison, 19 CR 0053. Are you Christopher Harrison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1971?
Yes.
Last four digits of social security number 9562.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. Ms. Costello, your attorney, say something, Ms. Costello.
Hello, Mr. Harrison. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
What do we have going on here today?
Your Honor, Mr. Harrison was picked up on a bench warrant in this case, and I did not realize until yesterday that he had been served with that bench warrant. So I was gonna ask if we could set this for settlement.
Okay, it's a Cumberland County case.
Yes, Your Honor.
October the 11th for negotiation and October the 28th for your next court appearance. Are you up there on another charge, Mr. Harrison, or they just pick up on this warrant from down here?
No, sir, it was just the failure to appear.
Okay, well, what they'll do is they'll send you back down here and we'll get you on October. They'll make available October 11th, and your attorney can talk to Mr. Stockton. Of course, I've got a no bond on the FTA. You understand that, don't you?
I was hoping to get a bond or.
Well, I know I was hoping you'd show up and you didn't. So we're both, why didn't you show up?
Well, when we was doing negotiations, my vehicle broke down, and I've actually talked with y'all's clerk's office repeatedly, and I know Ms. Costello is extremely busy, and it's been very hard to communicate back and forth with her, but it was definitely nothing intentional. This has been going on.
What we'll do is we'll get you back down in this country somewhere. They'll send somebody up there after you. And we'll see you down here on October the 11th. And when you appear for that negotiation, Mr. Stockton and Ms. Costello can talk about your status, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Is that finished up there?
Yes.
Okay, Clark County, thanks for your cooperation. You may be excused. Now we're going to Taylor County.
Yes, sir.
What? Anthony Gilbert.
You want Anthony Gilbert first? Okay. Yes, sir, he's here.
Okay, thank you.
What is
Commonwealth versus Anthony Gilbert. (21 CR 0032). 21. You got 4 cases, 3 of them are pre-trials, 1 of them is an arraignment. 21 CR 0032. 21 CR 0085 is a pre-trial. 21 CR 0086 is a pretrial, and 21 CR 0017 is for arraignment. Ms. Stanziano, do you represent him?
I represent him in the first 3 indictments. The last indictment, I appeared for the negotiation conference and spoke with Mr. Stockton. We're hopeful that I can catch this indictment for Mr. Gilbert as well and resolve all 4.
Okay, I'm going to arraign him on that. Mr. Gilbert, you have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with 2 counts of burglary in the 2nd degree, theft of an unlawful taking disposition over 10,000, under $1 million, burglary third, 2 counts, possession of controlled substance, drug unspecified, drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, controlled substance not in a proper prescription, and 3 counts of being a persistent felony offender. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Costello will forward a copy of the indictment. You waive formal reading and arraignment, acknowledge the identity of your client, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, you represent him in one of these cases?
Your Honor, my office would have the conflict on the newest indictment, and then we would have to send it to Ms. Stanziano, so I also stood up.
Okay. Well, what we'll do is you send the referral and the conflict to her and get her on officially. We'll have Mr. Stockton, we need a negotiation day of October 11th and the next trial date to 28th. Is that correct?
That's fine, Your Honor. And can I inform the court and defense counsel of one matter and see how it would be the best way to handle it? We have an indictment that was presented to the grand jury today. It's a theft by unlawful taking against Mr. Gilbert. It should be consolidated into the new case 21 CR 117. We just failed to indict on one of the charges. I don't know if there's an objection or if they just want to set up a new case on it.
Well, why don't you try to do it by information and let Ms. Stanziano look at
Well,
it?
it's already been presented. It'll be returned to you today, Your Honor. That's what I'm saying. But it's part of 21 CR 117, the same facts.
May I ask what the count is, please?
It's theft by unlawful taking over $10,000 involving a truck. There
All
was
right.
multiple items allegedly taken from this same residence. And they're just, that indictment hadn't been presented at the same time. It was just mistakenly left out.
We'll serve him on October the 28th.
Okay.
When he comes down here, but he can come to a pretrial. We'll arrange a pretrial by Zoom or whatever on October the 11th. And what we'll do then is Ms. Stanziano has knowledge of that other charge there, and you can include that in the negotiations if you are desirous of doing so. Okay.
It'll be the same discovery.
Okay. Same discovery. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, who else do we have up in Taylor County?
Jamie Hoffman.
No, she's been moved to Adair County. Current cost is
She's-
prepared.
Taylor County, do we have anybody else up there with you?
Ayla Hurt. Ayla Hurt. Miss Hurt.
It's Hurt. Leah Hurt.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Leah R. Hurt, 21 CR 00124. Ms. Hurt, you're represented by DPA in district. court.
Your Honor, that's my case.
Well, Mr. Bell.
Ayla Hurt.
We could hear you a few minutes ago, but we couldn't see you.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay. You represent Ms. Hurt, do you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we have some indictments here, Ms. Hurt. Last four digits of your social security number 2018, Ms. Hurt,
Yes, sir.
and the year of your birth, 1991.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property, $10,000 for possession of controlled substance, second degree, drug paraphernalia, controlled substance prescription not in the original container, possession of marijuana, and being a persistent felony offender. Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, Mr. Bell. Have you received copies of indictments?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Will you waive formal reading of indictment and formal arraignment, interplea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions for your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, is this one for October the 11th and the 28th?
Yeah, that'd be fine, Your Honor.
What kind of bond? Is this lady being held on this charge or some other charge?
She's a state inmate right now, Judge.
Okay, well, if that changes, if her status as a state inmate changes, Mr. Bell, you contact Commonwealth attorney if y'all can reach an agreement on a bond, okay?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, if not, we need to make arrangements for her to negotiate on the 11th and have the next court date on the 28th. Is that all we have in Taylor County?
Current cost.
No.
Thank you, Judge.
Current cost. Current cost. Current cost. Commonwealth attorney, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus current cost. 21 CR 0005. Are you current cost? Are you current cost?
Yes, sir.
You're here for sentencing.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Costello, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor. This is a probated sentence. We would ask the court to do that, and Mr. Cost is hopeful that he can be released
On
today.
a plea of guilty of possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, serve 60 days probated for 5 years supervised. On a plea of guilty of operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration of 0.08 above or while under the influence, he shall serve 60 days and pay a fine of $300 plus cost. The two 60-day sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 60 days. He shall receive time for credit for time served, work with a social clinician. What are the court costs and fees and everything put together on this?
$950.
He owed $950 in court costs and fees. Are you gonna need some time to pay that?
After I finish my rehab.
Well, what I'm gonna do is, once you get out of the rehab, you can start paying 30 days after that, you start paying $70 a month.
$7 a month.
Yes, after you get out of the rehab. You understand that?
When I get out of rehab.
Yeah. And now the other thing is you know that this DUI you entered a plea to, that's enhanceable if you get another DUI. You understand that?
It become a felony.
Well, I don't know. It could be a felony. How many do you have? I don't know. Whatever it is, it will make it worse. You understand that?
Yes, sir. I won't get no more.
Okay. Okay. That'll take care of it. Thank you very much. Taylor County, thank you for your cooperation.
Yes, Your Honor. You have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Okay, let's go back to Adair County. Nathan Costello. Commonwealth versus Nathan Costello, 21 CR 0009. Are you Nathan Costello?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, we're ready for pretrial conference. What do you have to report, Mr. Stockton?
I have a proposed felony, please. Your Honor.
Mr. Costello, you were born in 1981.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3232.
Yes, sir.
A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
Not at all.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you fully advised about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right to speedy trial by jury. You can't be forced to testify against yourself. You have allowed representation by counsel at your jury trial. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting a recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence evaluation report by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's agreement and decide to enforce a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Now, Mr. Stockton, will you tell Mr. Costello what the agreement was, and Mr. Costello listen to see if this is what you agreed to?
Your Honor, Mr. Costello would plead to DUI, second offense, aggravating circumstances, receive a sentence of 7 days in jail, pay a $350 fine and cost. He'd also plead guilty to failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle, second offense, $1,000 fine and cost. He will also plead guilty to operating a motor vehicle while license is revoked or suspended while under DUI, third offense, subsequent offense. He'll receive a sentence of 4 years. Upon a plea of guilty to fleeing and evading first degree, he'll receive a sentence of 4 years. Upon a plea of guilty to wanton endangerment first, he'll receive a sentence of 4 years. Those 3 4-year sentences shall run consecutively for a total of 12 years. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, he'll receive a sentence of 5 years. The 12 and 5-year sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 12 years. Mr. Costello shall serve 6 months in jail with the balance probated for 5 years supervised. Upon his release, he will go directly to a long-term rehab facility. He'll receive credit for time served. He'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court. And the gun in this case and the ammo will be forfeited and disposed of in accordance with state law, and any other contraband will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, Mr. Costello?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You understand by entering this guilty plea today, any future convictions of felonies could be enhanced as far as the range of penalties under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
I do understand that.
Okay, I accept the PSI report, schedule a sentencing hearing to be held on October the 28th. Now, Mr. Cross, do you have the original document as far as the?
Oh, no, I don't, Your Honor. We sent them up to Adair County about 9:30, but they hadn't come back when I left down there.
Okay, Adair County, could you just hold the signature up so we can see it there? Okay, if y'all will, what's the fax number here?
864-1227.
270-864-1227. 270-864-1227. If you'll fax those back down here, we'll put them in the file.
On the way now, Judge.
Okay, thank you so much.
Nathan, I'll be in touch.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Jonathan Dyer.
Here he is, Your Honor.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jonathan Dyer, 21 CR 0004. Are you Jonathan Dyer?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for a pretrial conference. You're represented by Ms. Costello. Were you born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5564.
Yes.
Okay, what do you have to say, Ms. Costello?
We have an agreement, Your Honor.
Felony plea or pretrial diversion?
It's a
Felony.
felony plea for time to serve.
Okay, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today, Mr. Dyer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 004?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you had plenty of time to review these matters with your attorney and the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Are you pleased with her representation?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter at higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. By entering a plea today, you give up those rights. And I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation of Commonwealth, I will inform you that I intend to give a harsher sentence and you have a right to withdraw your plea. What is the recommendation of the Commonwealth, Mr. Stockton? Listen very.
Your Honor, Mr. Dyer is indicted on manslaughter second degree, DUI fourth offense, and persistent felony second degree. Upon the plea of guilty to manslaughter second degree, enhanceable by the PFO second degree, he'll receive a sentence of 12.5 years. Upon a plea of guilty to DUI fourth offense, he'll receive a sentence of 5 years. Those two sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 12.5 years to serve. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. He'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes.
Okay, now was the victim was a family member, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You consulted with other family members, Mr. Stockton?
The victim was his father, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yeah. So are there other family members that have been consulted?
We've reached out to them. Let me have the file. I'll tell you what page notes say. We've reached out to them, but we never got a return call.
Okay. What is Has anyone, including your attorney, threatened or coerced you in any way, sir?
No.
Are you plead guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes.
Okay, do you understand that the entry of a plea of guilty, any future convictions can be enhanced as far as the range of penalty under persistent felony offender law?
Yes.
Ms. Costello, do you have a copy of a signed document?
I do. The only document we're missing is the DUI plea, Your Honor, because I sent it separately this morning.
Okay, you need to, also on the DUI, it's enhanceable too. If you ever get another DUI, it would be a more serious penalty on that because of this plea. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, we need a copy of the DUI plea signed and sent back down here. Excuse me just a second. Okay, I will have a pre-sentence investigation report done on the 11th. And on the, I have a pre-sentence investigation report. You come back on the 28th for sentencing, okay?
Yes.
No, good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, we have Tia Hancock. Is she in the Dare County?
Right here, Judge.
Okay, Tia Hancock. We're here today for sentencing. Ms. Hancock, have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Is there anything in there that's not correct as far as the pre-sentence investigation report?
I didn't fill out any papers.
Do what?
I haven't gotten any papers.
Ms. Hancock, you didn't receive the PSI that I sent to the jail?
The big packet that I filled out?
Yes, did you
No,
receive the
no,
copy
she
back
said,
of
no,
that?
no. She said the big packet that you filled out.
Yeah, did you receive the completed one back to review?
No. I haven't got any papers back.
Is she supposed to be probated?
Yeah, she was assessed for drug court, Your Honor. Her diversion was revoked last month and we did a drug court referral. The team would be voting on her tomorrow. She's already been assessed. Normally, we meet the morning of court.
Well, I know that's not my problem. My problem is I can't sentence her. She hadn't looked at this pre-sentence investigation.
I'll send it to the jail again, Your Honor.
Okay, I might be here for a while, so you have to have looked at this pre-sentence investigation report for me to let you out. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I haven't gotten any papers.
Okay, well, we'll try to get it back up there to you so you can review it, okay? I'll pass over. You can go to Patricia Sue Harden for sentencing. New case besides that?
No.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Patricia Sue Harden.
Your Honor, she's en route to this location. It's going to be just a moment. She had to change before she could come to court. I do have two others. If you'd like to step one forward, I have Jamie Hoffman here and Mr. Michael Harris.
Okay, let's do Michael Harris first.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Michael Harris, 21 CR 0021. Are you Michael Harris?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Born in 1957.
Yes,
Last four digits, social security number 5785.
that's correct.
Here today for a pretrial conference. What do you have, Ms. Costello?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris, I understand that you filed a motion that says you wish to enter a plea of guilty today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes,
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and reviewed the evidence? You feel like you're fully informed about your case?
I have, Your Honor.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial with jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you to produce evidence, call witnesses in your favor and appeal this matter higher court if you lose. You have a right to comply with the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge. You understand by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those charges.
I do, Your Honor.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation for probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to put a harsher sentence on you, you have a right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Commonwealth Attorney, could you go over the recommendation and see if this defendant agrees?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Harris would plead guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine. The remaining charges would be dismissed. He would receive a sentence of 10 years, probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. He'd receive credit for time served. He's been in several months. He won't be released till final sentencing. He'll agree to cooperate and testify truthfully against the co-defendant, Jason Bailey, pay court costs at discretion of the court, obtain gainful employment, and he would agree to that once both cases are finished to destroy the evidence.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation, sir?
Yes, it is.
So are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
I am.
Knowing your constitutional rights, I explained to you, is it still your desire to give up these rights, enter plea of guilty, and allow the court to fix your punishment within range permitted by law?
Yes.
You understand by entering this plea here today that any future convictions could have an enhanced range of penalty?
I do.
Okay, is that your signature? There, Mr. Costello has a copy. I'll accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report and have your sentencing on October the 28th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Got Jamie Lee Hoffman there. Are you Jamie Lee Hoffman?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0082. Ms. Hoffman, you born in 1983.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, your social security number 5774. Ms. Costello, you have a resolution in this case?
Your Honor, we are close to resolution in this case. Ms. Hoffman has a case that she'll be arraigned on in Adair County on Tuesday, and we just want to make sure that everything will line up with Cumberland County, or at least.
Mr. Stockton, will you get a hold of Mr. Wright on the case to see if you?
I will, and if you want to schedule this one for the negotiation day, I'll get in contact with him before that.
Yeah, I'll schedule it for the 11th of October for negotiations, and the next court appearance is 28. And Ms. Hoffman, what they'll do is the 2 Commonwealth attorneys will get together and see what they can do with these 2 cases together for judicial economy. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Emmett Lawrence. Emmett Lawrence.
Your Honor, we have Patricia Hardin ready.
Okay. What's the name, Patricia?
Pardon?
Hardin?
Yeah. That's her fault.
It's here on here, though. Yeah, here it is. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Patricia Sue Hardin, 21 CR 0033. Are you Patricia Hardin?
Yes,
You're here for sentencing today?
yes,
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole?
yes, Your Honor.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Mr. Cross, is there any reason why Ms. Harden should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year. Which will run consecutively to indictment number 15 CR 0029. What's the correct total sentence in this thing, Mr. Stockton?
I believe she had 5 years on the previous charge. I
Correct,
believe this is just a year.
correct.
So it'll be a total of 6.
Okay, Megan, you will make sure that we get those numbers right, okay? Because this is 21 CR 0033, and I guess you got a year run consecutively with 15 CR 0029. Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, could I address probation on behalf of Ms. Harden?
Yes.
Your Honor, what she'd like to do is be released to go into a rehab. I realize that we made an agreement and the Commonwealth is opposed, but she's about got to serve out on this old sentence. And once that one is done, she'd really like to get into a long-term rehab where she's never been.
Mr. Stockton.
You know, I don't have anything against Ms. Harden, and I hope she does well, but I never want to deal with her on probation again. If she ever comes back in felony court, I'll either send her to prison or try her. I never want her on probation again. I hope you do well, but you know, she's had every chance in the world through drug court and everything else, and she always just doesn't
Hope you do
understand
well,
federal.
too.
Yeah, I just don't want her on probation again.
Well, I don't want to be there again.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna deny them. I'm gonna impose the agreement between the parties originally. Thank you very much. Commonwealth versus Emmett Lawrence.
Your Honor, he's en route to this location. Right now, I have Mr. Richie Lawson, if you'd like to take him up.
Okay, Richie Dean Lawson Jr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He has 2 cases. Pre-trial, the other one is motion vote. You represent, this is Mr. Richie Dean Lawson, who was born in 1987, last 4 digits, social security number 6135. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton? Mr. Stockton, your microphone's off.
We have a plea on 2 different cases, Your Honor.
Felony plea agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you currently under the influence of drug or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea
You got the
freely and voluntarily given? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, a right to call witnesses in your favor. A right to appeal this matter to a high court if you lose. You have a right to try to come up with beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendations. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait for 3 sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed with the trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, I have the plea papers in one case, 21 CR 108, but the Monroe County case, evidently I didn't bring those. You have both of those, Samantha, or you just have the Cumberland?
I only have the Cumberland County case. The Monroe County case is referenced in the plea, but I only have the Cumberland County case.
So I guess we'll enter that in Monroe County then on the next month. Okay. On this case, Your Honor, 21 CR 8, he would plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree and receive a sentence of 3 years. And then in tampering with physical evidence, he would receive a sentence of 5 years. They would run concurrently for a total of 5 years, but be consecutive to Cumberland County Indictment Number 19 CR 58, which would be, he has a motion to revoke on. The defendant was receive credit for time served, pay all fines and costs. I would also advise the court that there's a proposed plea in Monroe County on a trafficking charge. He would receive 6 years on, and that would run concurrently with this 5-year sentence when that plea is entered.
Is that what you agree with, Mr. Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I really don't see any I guess if I order a pre-sentence investigation report, it probably ought to be present over there and presented when he enters that other plea, and we could go ahead and do the sentencing then. If you follow what I'm saying, once we get a copy of that, he enters the plea that day, I can look at the pre-sentence investigation report and sentence him that day. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Stockton?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. It should be done by October the 28th. I mean, when is the Monroe County Day? Here.
21st of October.
Okay, let's try to get it done by the 21st of October and include the information concerning the Monroe County plea in it. And then we'll do the sentencing over there on October the 21st.
Your Honor, on that day, may I appear via Zoom?
What?
On the October 21st date, can I appear via Zoom for the sentencing?
Well, sure.
Thank you.
So that takes care of 21 CR 0010. But let's make sure you've seen the report, not just send it up there, okay?
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, 19 CR 0058 also. Okay, thank you very much.
And I have the revocation order in that 19 CR.
Yeah, I'll sign the revocation order today. Joseph Clinton Parham. We just got about 6 other cases we rose here on other business. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Joseph Clinton Parham, 21 CR 0012. Are you Joseph Clinton Parham?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1996.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6766. What do you have, Ms. Costello?
You have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Mr. Parham, I understand that you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0012?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? You reviewed all the evidence? You feel like you're fully prepared and informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to plead, not testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You right to have a speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to bill this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth proves on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea here today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait to pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, that you have a right to withdraw your plea and guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, will you go over the plea?
Mr. Parham would plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree. If he'll receive a sentence of 3 years, serve 60 days, balance probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. He would also plead guilty to driving under the influence, third offense. He would have to pay a $500 fine. The minimum jail time on that's 30 days, and that would run concurrently with the 60 days. Then he'd have 30 hours community service or gainful employment when he's released. All evidence in this case be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You realize that this felony plea and the DUI could both be enhanced if you have another DUI or if you have another felony. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, have explained it's still your desire to give up these rights, enter a guilty plea, and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range permitted by law.
Yes.
Ms. Costello, you have the DUI papers in the plea.
I do, Your Honor.
Is that your client's signature on there?
It is, Your Honor.
I accept the plea agreement or a pre-sentence investigation report. Have sentencing on October 28th. Now, where's your client's driver's license located?
Your Honor, I believe it was already taken. I don't think he has one.
Okay, what's the entire court cost?
$1,150.
Okay, it's $1,150. I'll allow you to pay $75 a month, 30 days after your release, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see you on the 28th for sentencing.
Your Honor, he had a 60-day sentence to serve. I think he has served a portion of that. I think he may end up being done with it prior to sentencing. If he has, could he be released?
No, we'll be here on the 28th because I want to take a look if there's a DUI and these other things involved. Sorry.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. Jamie Pierce.
Your Honor, may we go back and take up Emmett Lawrence?
Sure.
What do you say?
Emmett Lawrence.
Emmett Lawrence.
Conway versus Emmett Lawrence. Are you Emmett Lawrence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 20 CR 0049. We're here today. Mr. Lawrence, you were born in 1987, correct?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 9969.
Yes.
You have an agreement in this case?
We do, Your Honor.
Felony plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lawrence, I understand that you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yep.
You're the same person named in indictment number 20 CR 0049. Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you had plenty of time to review the evidence the Commonwealth has against you in your case?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. And I need to know that you fully negotiate these rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel in your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against your right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses to favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth prove on reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation for probation probe. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. You understand that? Mr. Stockton, I want you to listen, sir, to what Mr. Stockton has to say and see if this is what you agree to. Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, he would plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. He'll enter and complete the Cumberland County Specialty Program and will remain in custody until his morning of orientation, pay court costs discretion of the court. He will also maintain gainful employment when he's released. All evidence in this case will be destroyed.
I will order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation. Parole and schedule sentencing for October the 28th. And I'll sign the order referring you to the specialty drug court also. Is that your client's signature on those documents?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
And the order is attached for drug court.
Okay. Jamie Pierce. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jamie S. Pierce, 21 CR 00130. Are you Jamie Pierce?
Yes.
Born in 1989.
Yes.
That last four digits, social security number 4881.
No.
What are they?
4681.
4681. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here today on a motion to revoke bond. What's the Commonwealth had to say?
Your Honor, she missed the last negotiation day, and then I think she was on home incarceration. Mr. Smith was complaining to me that she hadn't paid him and was having problems on home incarceration.
Yes, Your Honor, and I think a warrant had been issued for her, and she turned herself in on Monday on that warrant. We would ask the court we're looking for treatment options. We would ask the court to pass this for a negotiation day.
October the 11th for negotiation day. Next court date's on October 28th. Now, this is a motion to revoke bond. So we're not addressing that motion right now. We're just setting a pretrial. Okay, thank you. Negotiation 11th, pretrial 28th. Richard.
I think she's held on a no bond on the warrant, Your Honor. So
Yes.
yes.
Richard Lane Pitcock.
Yes.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Richard Lane Pitcock, 18 CR 0021. Fourth motion to revoke pretrial diversion. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Well, Mr. Pitcock has been on probation for some time. He's had multiple sanctions. His last violation was he tested positive for methamphetamines on 8/12 and Suboxone on 8/12. And prior to that, he had a DUI charge, I believe, back in, trying to see the date, on July the 6th of 2021. And I don't know if Mr. Pitcock wants to serve some time and possibly go into drug court, or if he just wants to stipulate and serve his time because the drugs is going to
We referred him to drug court last month, Jesse.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah, he was.
I've lost track of things then.
We just can't vote on him until tomorrow morning, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Well, they vote on tomorrow morning. I'll see if what they do. If they vote him down, I'm going to revoke his pretrial diversion. If they don't vote him down, I'm not going to revoke his pretrial diversion.
Okay.
Now, Lane, something's going to have change in your life, man. You've had a lot of tragedy in your life. You don't want to end up that way. You got to get in this drug court, and they'll give you a chance to turn your life around. You're still a young man. You can make something out of yourself. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to complete that and get everything right.
Okay. Well, you try real hard on it. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Joseph Slayton.
Gotta do the video too.
Yeah, they have to do the video.
I apologize, Your Honor. Can you call?
Slayton and Rory.
Joseph Slayton.
He was supposed to review this PSI.
And Jason Smith.
Yeah, okay. Jason Smith.
Jim.
Jason Smith.
Damn.
Jason Smith.
Yeah, and then.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 21 CR 0088, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jason Smith. We're today on a free trial conference.
That's a misdemeanor plea.
Do what?
That's a misdemeanor plea on a possession. Samantha, was that supposed to be the serve or the supervise? I'm trying to make sure.
Well, this is the one that we had talked about, shocking him out on his other case and putting him into drug court. So when you said supervised probation, I thought that's what you were indicating.
Well, do you want to pass this to see what happens in Adair County? Is that the case you're waiting on?
No, we revoked him last month in Cumberland County.
Okay.
And we were going to refer him to drug court today. or after today, I should say.
This is a pretrial conference. Somebody make a whole sentence here. I wasn't there last time. I wasn't.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah. Me and Mr. Smith are kind of left out. Oh, Mr. Smith, we'll find out here in just a
Well,
second.
my brain's about to turn to mush, I think, after Smith case.
Go ahead and somebody explain to me about Mr. Smith, who's born in 1981 and whose last four digits social security number 4512.
Your Honor,
Your Honor,
this
his
case.
agreement,
Go ahead.
I'm so
This
sorry, Your
case,
Honor.
he would agree to a misdemeanor plea, possession of controlled substance, second degree, 12 months supervised. He would also plead guilty to operating a motor vehicle, DUI, second offense, 7 days in jail, pay $350 fine and costs, receive credit for time served, obtain gainful employment once he's released, and all evidence in this case be destroyed.
So
And I
he's a
guess we
state prisoner. He's a state prisoner. So Mr. Smith, what they're going to do is they're going to allow you to do your possession and your DUI time concurrent with your felony charge. What's the total cost? 65? You owe $965 in court costs and DUI fees. I'll let you pay that at $70 a month, starting 30 days after your release. So since it's a misdemeanor case, I can waive the pre-sentence investigation report. Go ahead and sentence you today to let your time start running. Is that what you desire for me to do?
I believe so. I believe it's what me and the lawyer are talking about.
Do what? So what?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'll start going ahead and I'll enter the misdemeanor judgment on you today. And so that means your time on that on the DUI and on the possession misdemeanor, it will not be another felony on that possession misdemeanor on the DUI. However, the DUI case is enhanceable. If you get another DUI, it can make it worse. You understand that? Up
Yes,
to
Your Honor.
felony. Okay. I'll accept your plea. You got the plea papers there?
I do, Your Honor.
If you'll file those in the DUI document, where are your driver's license located, Mr. Smith?
They're in my property up here.
Okay, the jail needs to take possession of those before he leaves. You understand that up there?
Understand, Your Honor.
Send them down to the clerk's office down here. Thank you.
The court just took that under advisement until this case was settled. I don't have a revocation order or anything like that.
Okay, we'll need a revocation order on the other case. The felony case that goes along that we revoked him on, 19 CR 83. So will you prepare that, Mr. Stockton? Your microphone's off.
Yes, we'll prepare that.
Okay, thank you. Dustin Sutherland.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you said Slayton a second ago and nobody ever turned on the video.
Who's talking to me?
Durham County, you had mentioned Mr. Slayton a few minutes ago, right before you started Mr. Smith, but
Yeah.
nobody ever turned on the video for us.
Okay, well, what happened is we were wanting to know if Mr. Slayton had reviewed his sentencing document.
Yes.
Okay, is it substantially correct? Can we?
Only thing wrong with it was remember when I done my final sentencing, they changed the date of my payment starting December instead of October. Because I'll still be in jail in October.
That's correct, Your Honor. The original agreement was for him to start paying in October, but he's still incarcerated. So they had changed it to December to start.
Okay, we'll change it to December.
That's all.
Okay. Well. 5 years probated for 5 years supervised, receive credit for time served, pay restitution in the amount of $2,300 to Jennifer Fairley at the rate of $200 a month, starting in December.
Yes,
Yes.
2021, due on the 15th of every month. Court cost, what's the court cost in this case?
I think I looked at the file, Judge. It was off of 340.
Court cost is $240, payable at $30 a month. Should receive credit for time served. Is that all of it, Mr. Stockton? Does that sound right? Got your microphones off.
Yes, Your Honor, it does.
So the document that is attached here I saw it a second ago. So he's paying $200 a month restitution and $40 a month court costs till he's finished. Now, when can he be released?
This finishes him on this case, Your Honor. He's being held on a state case.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and sign the document on this, and then when the state case lets you go, you can roll then, okay?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will just mute it so I can make sure.
Dustin Sutherland.
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Dustin Sutherland, 21 CR 0035 pretrial.
Your Honor, Mr. Sutherland is a state inmate, but he is going to be released November the 14th. So Mr. Stockton and I were hoping to get this case resolved in October.
Okay, have a conference negotiation on October 11th, and next pretrial date's October 28th. Jacob Voorhees. Commonwealth versus Jacob Voorhees.
Here's Jacob Morris, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Jacob Voorhees, 16 CR 0077. Are you Jacob Voorhees?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1991.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5782.
Yes, sir.
He has three cases up today. One for review, one to revoke, and one for pretrial conference. 16 CR 0077, 17 CR 0029, and 20 CR 005.
Your Honor, on Mr. Voorhees' case, Mr. Cross and I have talked about that case. I would like to do a drug court assessment order on him and set this for October to see for possible resolution.
Your Honor, I'm in agreement with Mr. Stockton regarding the drug court assessment. Frankly, we were hoping to be able to get Mr. Voorhees out earlier if he could be assessed and get that back. And the other wrinkle in this is he's a Metcalfe County resident. He lives up in northern Metcalfe County. And whatever has to be done to see if they'll accept him, I was hoping we could get all that done quicker than a month. And I know Mr. Voorhees was too.
He's got three cases, one for review, one to revoke, and one for pretrial conference. I don't know anything about him. So
Mr. Cross is not familiar with the drug court rules because he will probably have an order entered in lieu of revocation on the drug court. The new felony case is going to have to be resolved by plea, and they probably won't take him to his final sentence. So I'm not in agreement to getting out. If Mr. Cross doesn't want to wait, we can just set one of them for trial and have the pretrial motion, the revocation heard after that.
We have October. Will you need to get him together on October the 11th?
That'd be good, so we can try to settle all these cases.
Okay.
Again, Your Honor, I'll be out the 11th, but I can meet with Mr. Stockton on the 8th.
Okay, if that's the cross day, it'll be October the 8th, and then the next court date will be October the 28th.
Mr. Voorhees, I'll be in touch.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
Are we going back to Tia Victory Hancock? Is that the last one?
Your Honor, we have the Commonwealth's offer of plea of guilty signed, and she is here.
Okay, this is the last case on the criminal docket. Do what?
She's supposed to review her PSI also.
That's what.
Yeah.
I think it is vote.
I'll wait for that.
Okay, this is Commonwealth versus Tia Vickery Hancock, 20 CR 0025. Ms. Hancock, previously we called you to say that you were here for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report, but under probation parole?
I didn't hear you cut out when you said that.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole?
Yes,
Is it substantially correct?
yes.
Okay, is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today?
Your Honor, we would ask,
Well, now, before you ask anything, is there any reason why she shouldn't be sentenced?
no, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have anything you want to say about it?
Your Honor, she was here last month when she stipulated to the violations and her pretrial diversion was revoked at that time. We did a drug court referral. She has already been assessed. She is eligible. The team would vote on her tomorrow to determine whether or not she enters that program. We would ask the court that if she is voted in
Talking about
tomorrow.
drug court?
Yes, Your Honor. That if she is voted in, that she be probated instead of remanded to serve the sentence.
Okay, I'll take this case under submission and hold it in abeyance to see if she's accepted in the drug court. Mr. Stockton? If she is accepted in the drug court, I'll probate her on the thing. And if she isn't accepted by the drug court, then I want to bring her back on October the 28th and see what other plans you have for her. Okay?
That'd be fine, Your Honor. And I believe there was an indictment returned on her today too on possession. If the court wants to ROR her, that would be fine since she's going to be in drug court, and we'll proceed accordingly.
If she gets in the drug court, I'll ROR.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, I only had one additional question. If she is accepted tomorrow, could she be released next week for orientation?
If she gets accepted tomorrow, I'll allow her. Where do you live, young lady?
I was in the process of moving to Monticello. I was in the
Okay.
process of moving when I got these charges.
Okay, well, what you'll do, if you get voted into drug court, I'll allow you an hour or so before the orientation. And it's impractical for you to go to Monticello and then come back over here. So you can come back down this way, stop here, and then go into Monticello, okay? Okay, do you have clothes and stuff up there?
Do I?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I thought, didn't know whether you had anything appropriate or clean. It might be that you can tell somebody in your family to deliver some clothes up there because you're coming down to the drug court, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Does that include a criminal docket?
We have some diversion completions. Those are all.
Okay, I'm gonna call diversion completions real quick, Mr. Stockton. Cody Adams, Christopher Brown, Shadrach, Glenn Brown, Bradford Flowers, Jason Floyd Norris, and Christopher Scott. Is there any objection to those?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll enter the appropriate orders.
Thank you, Judge. On Jason Norris, this is our motion for probation.
Jesse, Jason Floyd Norris, do you have a motion on him, Mr. Stockton? He's in drug court.
Not that I'm aware of. I may have overlooked something.
Motion for probation, what do you mean?
I think that's just.
Yes, Your Honor, I do have a motion on him. He was placed into drug court and he only had 6 months left on his probation. So I'd ask that his probation be extended or probably move to go ahead and revoke him.
Costello, you represent?
I do.
Do you have any objection to an extended of his probation?
I don't, Your Honor, especially if it keeps it from being revoked.
So his counsel's here and we will extend it to keep from revoking. I hope he does well in drug court, okay?
We'll just enter an order for 5 years. And if he completes drug court, then I'll take him off probation. That's all right.
That'll be good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
That concludes the criminal docket. What do you got there? Okay, we're going to take a short break. Okay, that's the break right there. We're ready to go. Mr. Bell, do you come next, Steve? Child support docket.
All these are to be rescheduled. I don't know if I call them individually or we give you all the orders.
Let me just go down through them real quick and we. Staley versus Staley, 04 CI 006.
Take it off the docket.
Okay. Graves versus Graves.
16th day of December.
Pennington versus Pennington.
December 16th.
Severe versus Severe.
December 16th.
Ryder versus Ryder.
December 16th.
Ball versus Ball.
December 16th also.
Helen versus Bow.
16th of December.
Lewis versus Lewis.
Also reviewed December 16th.
Scott versus Scott.
December 16th.
Shelton versus Shelton.
September 16th. Should be December. Don't worry about that.
Oh, they show it there. Anderson versus Walker.
Jerry Leon, December 16th.
Right before Christmas.
Yep.
Evers versus Jones.
December 16th also.
Bird versus Farley.
December 16th.
Long versus Long.
December 16th.
Warren versus Brown.
December 16th.
Sites versus Cowgill.
16th of December.
Cash versus Roberts. Did I skip one? Cash versus Roberts. 19 CI 0038.
We have missed one.
Yes, we missed one.
Okay. You reschedule it.
We'll get an order over to
Wilson versus Wilson.
So we're just gonna continue that one generally. Came up with nothing.
Dare County, does that conclude you? Conclude you, Mr. Bell?
Yes, it is.
Is it not on there?
It is. Shelton versus Shelton.
I don't see it on there. Was it on there?
Yeah. December 16th.
Yeah, that's 12 CI 0068.
I believe that is all.
Okay, thank you. Wait a second. Go off the record there just for a second. Sam with a football. Miss Hutch,
Yes,
Corbin, you have a
Yes,
case
Your
on.
Honor. Yes,
What do you?
yes, Your Honor. I have 4, I think.
I don't see your docket here, but somebody want to bring me that docket out here? You might have got tagged on to that. Bunch, is Bunch your first case?
I have, no, I don't have a bunch. I have Sparks is my first, and then Keith, Dean, first party's name is Dean Sparks, and then McLean.
Here you go. I can't find your docket sheet, but we'll look for it.
Okay.
I'll start calling the civil docket. As soon as they find your docket sheet, I'll be right with you. So you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Your Honor.
as you're monitoring what we're doing here. Teresa Long and others versus unknown descendants and their spouses.
Yeah, that's a motion that I made when we filed the fall judgment. We realized that we hadn't verified the petition and thought we needed to go ahead and put some proof in. My client was not able to be here today due to an emergency situation in her family. Would it be okay to set a date for that we could submit depositions and it wouldn't be so lengthy for the court to have to listen to just establish the fact?
But you just go ahead and submit the depositions, and when just give me an order that the court said they could submit depositions, and when they were submitted, the court it will be submitted for a final judgment.
That'll be fine.
Okay. Are you gonna be around for a minute or you leave?
I'll go prepare that order and I'll come back.
Okay. I want to see you before you leave.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Hutchinson, Megan, do you have anything back there? We can't find anything.
No, the only thing I was sent was a pool list. It didn't have the individual.
Where's your?
He's just got the-
That's all. That's
That's
all.
all.
Okay, the only thing I have here is Tanya Ray Bunch, Tara Dean Johnson, Michael Lee Keith, Richard Allen Sparks, Megan Ashley Swartz, Stephen McLean Taylor, and Nicholas Watson. Are those your cases? You gotta push your microphone on. Your microphone's off. There you
Okay,
go.
sorry.
Are those your cases?
Yes, those are my cases.
Okay, Tanya Ray Bunch.
We are asking for an order to show cause for Mr. Keith to have $375 paid by November the 18th, Your Honor.
Okay, just submit the order.
Okay,
Tara Johnson Dean, 12 CI 00224.
okay, and this order to show cause is against Mr. Sparks, and we're asking for him to have $525 paid by November the 18th.
Submit the order. Michael
Thank
Lee,
you.
222 CI 00215. Michael
Okay,
Lee.
yeah, he's the other part with Tanya, Your Honor.
Okay. Richard Allen Sparks, we got two cases on him.
Mhm. Yes, and this is
00219 and 12 CI 00224.
okay. And on the 18 CI 219, that is where Megan pays child support, and we're asking for an order to show cause for $492.50 to be paid by November 18th. And then on his other case, it's an order to show cause for him to have $525 paid by November the 18th.
Okay, is it 08 CI or 18 CI?
On the case that with Megan is 08 CI 00219.
Okay, and Megan Ashley Swartz, 08 CI 00219.
Yes, yes, sir. And that, okay, and that is an order to show cause for her to have $492.50 paid by November the 18th.
What confused me is you had two Richard Sparks on the docket and then one Elizabeth Swartz, but the same number was on Elizabeth Swartz. So, Stephanie McLean Taylor.
That is an order for Stephanie to have, just to continue it to review for payment on November the 18th.
Okay, submit the order. And Nicholas Watson.
That he's the other half of with Stephanie. He's the custodial parent.
Okay, could when they send them down there, could they send us a docket sheet that looks something like that? Give us a
Sure,
docket.
Your Honor. Yeah, yes,
No?
that's what I have. I'm not sure why you were sent the other, but I'll make sure that you get sent the normal docket sheet.
It says page 1 of 1. Okay, submit those orders, get them down here. I'll sign them today, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Mark Swinicky versus Michael Darren Boyd. Okay, you have a motion for contempt.
Yes, Your Honor. I represent Mark Swanky. This motion is based upon actions of the defendant on June 28, 2021. He was previously held in contempt in October of 2000. And with this motion, we have submitted a police report. Deputy Tracy Haynes is here to testify regarding what happened. And Luke Swanky, who's my client's brother, was the one that was blocked in the road and could not get out. He's also here to testify if the court takes testimony. This case, again, is a contempt motion. I'm not here on any criminal activities or any alleged criminal behaviors. We're just here on a civil contempt motion due to the blocking of the road in violation of the court's previous orders. And again, we didn't expect to be here on contempt motion again, but it happened again. And so my client is bringing this to the court's attention on.
What I want to
contempt
do is
motion.
drop you to the end of the docket and I'm going to take testimony. I'm not going to reschedule it for a hearing some other day. We're going to hear it today.
Okay.
I'm very close to the end of the docket.
Yes.
So y'all just have your seat and have your witnesses ready and I'll call it.
Okay, thank you.
One Main Financial Group LLC versus Bobby Bishop.
It's just up for default, the attorney they called.
Motion for default. I'll take it under submission. Nathan Riddle versus Kelly Collins. Nathan Riddle versus Kelly Collins. Motion to modify timeshare, attorney for the defendant Timothy Seth Hendricks. Case was called, there was no response.
It's supposed to be coming. Works for me.
Where is he? Is he in the building? Lee Watson versus Barry Shane Roach.
Judge, we can take that out for review. We've got a mediation date set on it.
Okay. Okay, this is Riddle versus Collins and others.
Judge, we've all talked, and I think we're going to try to formally mediate the case. So if we could just pass this for review and just to make sure we've got a mediation date set.
Are you going to choose a mediator or are you just going to talk to each other?
But no, we're going to select a mediator. We've talked about Douglas George and David Keene as possible mediators.
I'll draft and circulate the agreement.
That'll be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is that the whole doc? Is that finished the docket?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, let's go back to the case we just went to and get the parties back in here. Let's start here. Sweeney versus Michael Boyd.
Do you want to set the table?
Is go to the tables and then you call your witnesses and we'll have the witnesses actually testify from the stand.
Your Honor, I would like to invoke separation of witnesses.
Well, I have to see how many witnesses there are first.
If I may approach that, we have two witnesses, Luke Swanky and the deputy sheriff. I can ask Luke to step out and take on the deputy sheriff first as a witness.
That'd be fine. Have him go in the side room. Take him to one of the side rooms back here, Mr. Bailey. So we'll leave the doors open out there.
Luke is here. We're gonna put you in a room for a minute if that's okay.
Call the deputy up.
Thanks.
You raise your right hand, you swear the testimony about you is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. State your name, with whom you're employed, in what capacity.
Tracy Haynes, employed with the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, you need to be real loud, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Haynes, were you familiar with either of these parties prior to the incident, June 28, 2021?
No, sir.
Were you the reporting officer in this call made to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
Are you the one that prepared the report?
Yes, sir.
Now, I attached a report to the motion. How many pages is your report?
Just have her tell me what happened.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell us what happened.
We had received a call in the office. I was actually in the sheriff's department office when the call came in, and I returned the call to Mr. Boyd. I do have it wrong in the report. I thought it said his last name was Boyd, but it's actually Boyd. It sounds the same. He is the party that's sitting at the table here.
Okay.
But I spoke with him on the phone, and he had stated that he had a person blocked in because he was not going to let them off his property. He claimed it was his property. Myself and Officer Nevels with the city department here in Burkesville responded to the residents. In response, while we were en route to the location, there had been another call come through, a 911 call that advised us that there was firearms involved. At that point, we stepped up the emergency equipment and got to the residence. When we arrived, myself and Mr. Nevels pulled in, and there was a truck blocking the roadway right next to the cemetery. That is when we spoke to the first subject, which was Mr. Boyd, and he advised that he was blocking the other party in over, it was his property. We did ask him, I did ask him about a firearm. He stated that he had had one on earlier, that he always carries one on his property, but had, prior to our arrival, had put it in his container, which there was a container on his property. At that point, we did ask him to back the truck up, which he did so. He continued to state that this was his property and that they were in court. We advised him that it was a civil matter and not a criminal matter, that he could not block a roadway. At this point, there was 2 other troopers that arrived and a Fish and Wildlife officer, because I think the other call had actually when it went through 911 had been reported to the state police, is why I assume that's why they arrived. Mr. Nettles had went down and talked to Mr. Swanky while I was.
I need to check the hearsay. She can also say what she observed, but not what other people discussed.
I wasn't saying what he discussed. I just advised that Mr. Nettles had walked down to Mr. Swanky and spoke to him while I was finishing up with Mr. Boyd. The other troopers, one of the troopers I think went with Mr. Nevels. One of them stayed with me. While we were discussing it, the dispatcher had already ran the 2 parties and looked on, according to the thing that he could see in dispatch, that was a county road. The Fish and Wildlife officer had also stated, he'd pulled an app on his phone that Fish and Wildlife does and stated that it was a county road. I asked for Mr. Boyd's paperwork from the court stating that it was his property. He stated that he did not have paperwork, that it was still in court. I attempted to explain to him that this was not a criminal matter, that it was something that they had to finish out in civil court. And it was very hard to talk to him because he kept on arguing with us while we were there. We tried to explain to him, he did state, and you can see it in my report, about that nobody was allowed on that other property besides the 2 parties that owned it, which was Mark and his wife, and I'm not sure what her name was. But it was the Swankys, and Luke Swanky was the other party that was present that he had walked in, and we were advised that it's his brother and that he had permission to be on the property. We then explained to him that a property owner can allow anybody on their property, and that is not something that we would criminally do.
All right. I'm going to ask you a few specific questions. I think you summarized it well, but what do you mean container? He put his gun in a container. I don't know what type of container that means.
It was a metal container. We did not search it. That's just where he advised. There is a metal container, kind of like, I don't know what they're called other than a container, but it's one of those large containers. Some people use them as a tiny house.
Okay, a storage container.
Storage container, yes.
A large thing.
Yes.
So you said he put his gun in that?
Yes,
Okay, okay.
yes, yes, sir.
And was that container on the roadway or on his property? Do you know?
It was off the roadway. It was on his property.
When you arrived on the scene, was in fact Mr. Boyd blocking the roadway with a truck?
Yes, sir.
And you observed that?
Yes, sir.
And it was Mr. Boyd's truck?
Yes, sir. He advised it was.
Now, the roadway leads to a cemetery and a church. It comes off the main road to that. So where was his truck in proximity to all that?
It was right where the cemetery is located. The cemetery is on the left. The roadway goes right on the right side of the cemetery.
Okay. Was that truck across the road blocking people getting in or getting out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And right at the cemetery location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If a person, so I can get my bearings straight, if a person wanted to go to the church or the cemetery, would they have been able to get there at that time or not?
Not to the cemetery. We had to stop where his truck was.
Okay.
I do believe the church is as you first turn on the roadway. The church is before you get to the cemetery.
This may be covered in your report, but approximately how long did you yourself discuss with Mr. Boyd about what he was doing? I mean, how much time did you spend with him?
About 30 minutes, approximately.
Okay. Did he finally move his truck?
Yes, he did when we advised him permitted to park in the roadway.
Was that before or after the 30-minute discussion?
Somewhere in between.
Okay. Now, Luke Swanky, that was the person on the scene. Was he in the vehicle trying to get out, or what was his situation?
He was in the vehicle. He stepped out once we got there.
Was he armed?
He was not when we arrived.
Okay. Did you have any difficulty with him?
No,
Did
not.
he make any statements to you?
He did. I finally, after Mr. Nettles had been down there with him and another trooper, I did walk down there to speak with him also.
And he is here being secluded as a witness. What did he say?
He advised me that when he attempted to leave, I believe he said he was taking his dogs to the vet or something to that effect. And that Mr. Boyd had pulled the truck up and advised him he was not leaving the property, that he was not supposed to be back there.
Okay. Did he explain whether or not he had permission to be there, or did he talk about that at all with you?
He did. He advised that he has an RV on the property and that he is living there through his brother. Like his brother allows him to live there. He's actually attempting to build a cabin on the property.
Now, this resulted in a criminal complaint. You talked.
No, I'm going to need to object. I don't believe this person has any knowledge of that.
We'll see if she does.
Yes, but my question was, in response to this motion, it said that the criminal complaint happened to be served while he was here for some type of mediation. I mean, do you know why it happened, that timing? You have any idea why the timing took place that way?
Oh, while he was served, while he was at court?
Yes.
Well, while we were on the call, Mr. Swanky had advised that he had made threats to him while he's patting a gun. At that point, I did not observe that.
Well, my question was about the timing. Why was he served?
He was served by whom?
Mr. Boyd was served by myself, while he was here at the court for a mediation. And that was just because we could not locate him. I had been to the property prior to that and was advised he would be at the courthouse that day. And I was already here for another issue.
Okay. So the timing of the service, did it have anything to do with either of the Swankies?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
All right. I have no further questions of this witness.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Ms. Haynes, who advised you that Mr. Boyd would be here for a mediation?
I don't recall. I think it was one of the clerks, maybe. that he had paperwork to be served. I'm not sure. That is common for them to advise me somebody has paperwork.
So someone looked up the civil action.
I can't advise on that.
At any time that you were on the premises during these events on about June 28th, did you see Mark Schwenke or his wife Glenda Schwenke?
No, no, ma'am, they was not present.
Have you seen, did anyone show you any court order relevant to the roadway?
As far as who, no, I didn't see any paperwork whatsoever.
And do I understand you correctly that as soon as Mr. Boyd was asked to remove his vehicle, he did so?
Yes.
And he had explained, hadn't you, that the only reason he blocked the road was to make sure the person would be there when you all arrived?
I don't recall that, no.
What's in your report, isn't it, Ms. Haynes?
Did he block the roadway? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Wasn't it told to you by Mr. Schwenke even that this was only to keep him until you all got there?
He may have advised that when I was on the phone with him, that he was going to keep him there.
Okay. Well, and again, I'm looking at the third line of your report. Mr. Boyd stated he had a male subject blocked in with his pickup truck and was not going to allow the individual to leave until officers arrived.
Yes, ma'am.
And as soon as you all arrived and asked him to move his truck, he did so.
We had to ask him.
But he did.
To move it, yes.
In seen any road deed or records of county maintenance for the area where Mr. Boyd's truck was parked?
No, I advised that the other officers looked up the PVA.
Okay. And he was not charged at that time with obstructing a county roadway, was he?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Our next witness. Will this witness be excused?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, Your Honor.
be excused, thank you.
Looks like it, yes.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Sit down there and state your full name.
My name is Luke Andrew Schwenke.
Mr. Schwenke, what's your relationship to Mark Schwenke, who's the plaintiff in this case?
That's my older brother.
Okay. Are you a veteran?
Yes, sir.
You have a service-connected disability?
Several of them, sir.
Okay.
I'm currently 70% disabled.
All right. Were you at the property June 28, 2021, owned by Mark Schwenke and his wife Glenda in Cumberland County, Kentucky, which is subject to this case?
Yes, sir.
Were you there by permission?
Yes, sir.
And what happened that day?
I was bringing my puppy back from the vet, getting the puppy his last booster shot. And as I was going back onto the property, I saw Mr. Boyd in there, had his truck pulled in there by the Connex. And as I drove by, he started yelling and hollering something. I just ignored him, went to the property, dropped off the dog, and I had to go back uptown. It was probably, I don't know, 10, maybe 15 minutes later, I came back through and he had his truck pulled in front of the road there, right there by the cemetery, blocking the road. And I pulled up next to his truck. And I'm like, hey man, move your truck. And he starts hollering and yelling and saying something about I'm not supposed to be there and if he's done called the police. I said, well, that's fine. I'll call him too. So I contacted the police. At first I called 911 and I got clicked off somehow. I don't know if they tried to transfer me or what, but he was still standing there and pacing back and forth. I said, look, man, just move your truck. And he had a tactical gun belt on. And he turned sideways so I could see his pistol, and he grabbed the butt of his pistol and he's like, you want to start something? You want to start something? he starts cussing. And so I continued to call the police and finally got through and let them know what was going on. And they said there was somebody coming out there. And during the time, I didn't get out of my vehicle. I sat in the vehicle, and he was hollering and yelling and just pacing back and forth. And I took me back a little bit.
Did you know Mr. Boyd previous to this?
No, sir. I knew of him, but I didn't know. And that's the first day that I've ever seen him.
And is it the same person sitting here in the courtroom? I know it might be hard to identify with the mask, but does that appear to be the same person?
Yes, sir, that too.
At the time this happened, how did you know that that was him and not someone else?
By description of his vehicle and by my brother described him to me.
Now, your brother was not present, is that correct?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Boyd's vehicle across the road?
When I came through the first time, it was not blocking the road, but when I came through 10 or 15 minutes later, it was blocking the road.
Was there any way for you to pass by due to his vehicle or no?
No, sir.
Did you stay in your vehicle during all this?
I stayed in my vehicle until the police got there. Once the police got there, I stepped out of the vehicle and I leaned up and sat on the hood of my vehicle. I actually have my phone out recording most of the time.
Pardon me?
I had my phone out recording a video most of the time while the police were talking to him.
Did you make some type of photograph?
Well, it's not necessary to draw this out very much. I've got copies of it. These are the same photographs that passed your motion.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll take notice of them and just have them marked. It's not a trial, just.
Get carried away sometimes, Judge.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have any further questions this week.
Council, you want to ask the question?
Mr. Swinkie, you're not a party to this action, are you?
The civil case or the criminal case, ma'am?
The civil case?
No, ma'am.
You don't have any ownership interest in your brother's property, do you?
I'm living there.
Do you have a deed?
No, ma'am.
When you first came onto the property, did you identify yourself, Boyd?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, that's all I have.
You want to call the other party? You may stay in the courtroom now, sir.
I want to call your client.
Well, you get to call you call anybody you want to first, and if she objects to it, I'll rule on it.
He can take a stand, I will.
You raise your right hand, you swear the testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, state your name.
Michael Boyd, Michael Darren Boyd.
Mr. Boyd, did you see the photograph that was introduced?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object and instruct my client to take the Fifth Amendment.
Based upon what? You gonna come up and make your objection?
Yeah, I
Your
couldn't,
Honor, I'm having trouble hearing.
I couldn't hear you either, so.
I think the lovely church bells are ringing. Your Honor, because of the pending criminal.
Well, I mean, I will direct, he shouldn't answer anything. What's he charged with?
Believe terrorist threatening.
Okay, well, just ask him if he pulled his truck across the road and not anything about any conversations they had. We're going to object on a question by question situation. Okay. Now ask him a question if that's his truck.
Right. What I'm talking about on the photograph, have you seen the photograph?
Is that your truck across the road there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you place it there intentionally?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Would you like to ask any questions or you want to step down?
No.
You may step down.
I have no other.
Ms. Huck, would you like to call any witnesses?
Yes, I'd like to call Mr. Mark Schwenke.
Raise your right hand, swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
State your name.
Mark Timothy Schwenke.
Mr. Swinkie, I think this has already been established, but just want to have it for the record. You were not present on June 28th, 2021 at the property at issue,
No, it wasn't.
and nor was your wife, Glenda Schwenke. Is that
No.
correct? Since Mr. Boyd removed the storage container, have you ever had your access to your property blocked?
My personal access, no.
What order do you contend Mr. Boyd has violated?
What order do I contend Mr. Boyd was violated
Yes, sir.
on that day?
Yes, sir.
He blocked the road. He blocked the county road.
Do you have a court order that says that he is not to block a county road?
Is that a law? Isn't that a law that you can't block a county road?
Well, and again, Mr. Schwenke, I don't want to get into a legal argument with you. This is a motion for contempt of a court order.
I do believe the judge did tell Mr. Boyd not to block that road and ordered him to move the shipping container.
And he did so, correct?
Yes.
And he's never blocked your access ever since, has he?
No, not mine personally.
Go ahead. Thank you.
You have anything?
Yeah. Did Luke Swanky have your permission to be on your property?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Schwenke, did you advise Mr. Boyd of who your brother was and that he would be on your property?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay, he can step down.
Yes.
Okay, you have any other further witnesses? Okay, was there an order entered in? I know I orally told him to open the road up. Is there an order entered?
Yeah, to my knowledge, you entered a summary judgment that
Just let me have,
required.
let me just have the document. I
Sure.
can't find it up here in the file. Is it attached as an exhibit?
No, Your Honor, what my memory is you made an order, you told the attorney.
I know what I told him,
Right.
but let me see what we got.
The order is right, the summary judgment, and then there's a contempt order.
Okay, what's your argument?
Right. The court ordered that the road remain open. All the parties were here when the court made the order. It was announced in court.
You're talking about the summary judgment.
No, I'm talking about when we were in court.
What?
We were in court at one occasion, and the court ordered that the container be removed.
Here's the problem. Okay. I find the summary judgment, and I remember telling this gentleman to unblock the road. No doubt I told him to unblock the road, and I'm looking at the judgments. Did y'all appeal this case? Is it under appeal now?
Your Honor, we filed a motion to ultimately to vacate. My understanding was from the bench, Your Honor, you did vacate the summary judgment and you remanded it for additional proof to be taken. In mediation, we did mediate it. We came very close to resolving it, but unfortunately, we weren't able to. And I think the fact that the summary judgment is not determined at this point is evidenced by the fact that Mr. Little, in fact, renewed the motion for summary judgment.
I have no contentions that it was not set aside, but the court made an order. Your order was not dependent on the summary judgment. You simply ordered the.
I'm looking for that order. Was it ever written?
I think not, unless it's on a docket entry. But all the parties were here.
I'm not doubting I did it. I remember doing it. Okay. I'm just deciding what I'm going to do about it now. If there's not a written order, you have any arguments, say?
I think it's, as I said, again, I think Mr. Boyd certainly understands and has respected and honored.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Mr. Boyd, come up here just for a second. There's one reason that I'm not sending you to jail today. Only one reason. And that's that I was remiss in not writing that order down. It was an oral order. You have disregarded that order. You have blocked. You don't have a right to tell that man right there who goes on his property and who doesn't go on his property or who uses that road. I told you not to block that road. I'm going to have you submit a written order to me right now. If they call to my attention that you block that road again and bother these people anymore during the pendency of this thing, I'm going to order you to jail for a significant period of time. You're going to get somebody hurt. If what this gentleman says and you reach for your weapon, put your hand on that weapon like that, if you did that, you're lucky somebody didn't kill you if you did that. I don't want you to die. I don't know you, but I'm sure you have family and people that care for you. And then if somebody has to kill you over a piece of property, it ruins their life too. Now, do you understand what I'm telling you about not blocking that road again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want you to draft an order. I'm not going to hold him in contempt because the summary judgment that was the only order was set aside. There's no existing written order, but there will be a written order from here on out. You are not the guardian of that road. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't want to see you back up here on it again. Now, okay, now you can sit down over there. Now, this mediation that was abruptly started, how close are y'all to resolving this thing, Mr. Little?
We were close. The obviously
you don't need to tell me what the things go, because things that happen in mediation don't necessarily come to me. I'm just asking you how close you are. Do you think the fact that that gentleman was served with a warrant interrupted or prohibited you from settling the case? I don't guess that helped very much.
In my opinion, if that episode had not occurred.
I'm not talking about the episode occurred. The episode obviously inflamed one side, and getting served with a warrant inflamed the other side. Okay. And I'm not saying I wouldn't have served or would serve. I don't know. That's not in my court. That's in the district court. But now, is there any possibility of settling this thing?
I guess.
Is there any, because I'm,
Again, at this point, our hands are tied.
what are you tied by?
the criminal matter is obviously.
You don't need to try to use the criminal matter as any kind of leverage on that road. The owner was not involved. It was his brother that this fella was out there that had involved in anything. And your client shouldn't have been blocking the road. Okay. So I don't want to use it as a subterfuge. I just tell you what I'm going to look at my calendar. I'm going to pick a date. I'm going to let a jury decide this on opening that road there, you know? But I will tell you that between now and then, if your client blocks that road or bothers anybody going out that road there that owns any property out there or anybody at their request, I don't see where he's operating the road, where he's blocking the road anyway. But if he bothers any of these people anymore, I'm not talking about spending 24 hours in jail. You know what I'm talking about? Significant contempt time. I will have a separate contempt hearing on it, which he's entitled to, because it will be criminal contempt. It won't be something he can purge himself of. And if I find anybody guilty of criminal contempt, I have to have a hearing on it, give him due process, and let him be represented by counsel. And I'll do that. It's not your fault. You don't go on that road or you don't block that road. I understand. I'm not getting on you. I mean, you're representing your client. I just want him to understand that. Okay. Will you submit me an order?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will contact y'all pretty soon here. I'm gonna review the file and we'll go ahead and just set a trial date and let a jury decide what kind of road that is. And I don't know the inclinations of juries here in Cumberland County and Clinton County. My opinion aren't to lock people out of their property, especially when you got a road that's been traveled in the past by people. So I would advise your client to reconsider what he's doing and try to work an agreement out with these people, because I don't, in my opinion, and I won't be decided, he probably won't like what a jury does, you know. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes this matter. Yeah, he's here. Squash the record.